Hello. Okay. I didn't know if I had it unmuted. Alrighty, so we're hopping back into Virche Evermore. I actually just moved the case. I don't know why I did that. A reminder of what I'm playing. We have went back, so just in case anyone's watching this and confused, I have been switching between OBS and Streamlabs. I'm currently back on Streamlabs because chat doesn't pop up on OBS, reminding myself that my chat box is in a weird spot. So hopefully it doesn't crash a bunch of times. We're gonna see. I still don't know what caused it. If it was just something weird or a glitch in the matrix, because it did crash on OBS as well. But the only reason I'm not using OBS is because I don't have certain features on there that I have on here. I do like OBS because the chat is separated and then I can put the chat right by my video and it helps remind me to say things and read things. So we'll see if I fail in my quest to do better, but I'll probably just have to make a chat only kind of day where I'm just testing things on live to try and fix it. But here we are in Act 3. This is a whole new route, which I am now pretty convinced is both Adolphe and Ankou together, only because I was on that scene list and I lied. I'm gonna keep lying to myself. Flow chart. There we go. That's the one. And their picture is split. It's a split image of those two. They don't have their own split here, and it's not acting like there's anything else hiding from me. So this could be the last route, and it could just depend on the options I make on which kind of story I get. Hey, Sleazy. So we're gonna find out though. We're in chapter 2 officially. I believe there's 6 chapters total. That is if the first 2 chapters count as their own story. The first chapter had a lot of repeats that we're very familiar with. I started skipping a bunch of it. I wish I'd known in advance and I probably would have skipped stuff ahead of time, but we learn as we go. And so this is shortly after coming home with Ankou. Now Ankou is also going to be staying at Adolphe's house with us. Why? I don't know. But we did find out that Adolphe doesn't want to become a reliver. We found out that my character is disappointed in him not wanting to be a reliver, and she is suddenly very attached to him as a person. I also still am confused why he seems to be the most important story, when Eves is so clearly meant to be like the person she's meant to be with. In terms of like story arcing and how they create the characters, it really feels like it's supposed to be Eves. All right, now listen up. I can do that too. Welcome back. It's after the. Now listen up. You stay put until I come back. If you lay a finger on her, I'll chop you up and bury you in the field of Lycris Norigi. Actually, I was gonna test something too. We'll see. I'm gonna expand that and rise it, and we'll see how chat looks going forward. This better not be a 4-hour chapter, I swear. We'll see. I mean, it's about the same time I started last time, so we'll give it about 4 hours and see how it goes. All right, if you lay a finger on her, I'll chop you up and bury you.
やってみるがいいさ。中途半端に復活した状態で君の枕元に立ってやる。
I love him so much. He's the best person in the world. Why don't you do that then? I'll stand by your bedside as I regenerate myself. Please don't do that. It'll be so much trouble to Eves. I couldn't imagine what he'd think if he saw blood and flesh strewn about his flower field. The day after the arrival of our new roommate, the Watchman of Death, we made plans to discuss the curse that was consuming the country this evening. Adolphe, why didn't we just decide to talk about it last night? Why didn't we come home and straight to talk? Why did we decide to come home and take a nap? Just so we could have an awkward night? Decided to go out to shop for supplies, report to mother, and return to the corpse for work.
じゃあ、行ってくる。必要以上にこいつに関わるなよ。
You're leaving me alone in a house with this guy. I'll do whatever I please. Well, I'll be going. Don't get too involved with this guy. Got it. I also noticed, I think it was in the flowchart, I missed a chapter, so I don't know if there's a choice. Not a chapter. I guess a segment? It's not like a chapter. A segment that I missed entirely. It's probably the segment I missed to get Ankou's picture. Because it just has a bunch of question marks next to it. So I can't get it. You told me that 5 times already. Adolphe changed into his corpse uniform he hadn't worn for days and repeatedly warned Ankou before finally leaving. Alright, it's just me and you now. After listening to his departing footsteps grow fainter and fainter.
よし、それでは矢探しと行こう。何か奴の弱みになるようなものがあればいいのだが。
Break it in. Adolphe's Adpole shush. Sorry, I had to say it right. Now time to search this house. It'd be nice to find something I can use against him. Huh? He swiftly began exploring the room. It's like a fun little adventure game now. Loses all the tension of all the other routes. Search! Ankou! Ankou's long robe dragged across the floor as he paid me no mind.
地味な服ばかりじゃないか。一着借りようと思ったのだが、私の趣味とは合わないな。
His clothes are so drab. I had planned on borrowing a set, but nothing is to my taste.
ここには小物が入っているのかな？ほう、これは日記帳か。うん、さすがにこれは触らないでおこう。
So this is where he keeps his belongings. Is this a diary? Yes, I suppose I should leave this alone. And he starts reading the dates.
少し重いな。
Oh, it's much heavier than I thought.
こんなものを振り回さなくては戦えないなんて、人間とは脆いものだね。
How fragile humans are to have to wield such a thing to fight. He showed little concern for Adolphe's property. Stop, Ankou! You shouldn't be rummaging through Adolphe's room like this. I chased after Ankou in an attempt to stop him from ransacking the place as he pleased. And please put the sword down. You don't want to cut your hand.
切ったところですぐに塞がるよ。
If I did, I could heal it easily. But you still feel pain, don't you? Please treat yourself with more care. It hurts to see you get hurt.
不死の化け物を心配するとは、君は優しいね。
How kind of you to worry about an immortal monster. Aww. Ankou appearing satisfied, sheathed the sword and returned it to where it belonged. What was with him? I had a very different impression of him now compared to when we first met. What? He's just a playful kitty cat. That's what he's been this whole time. He's a lot more childish than I thought. It looked like he was enjoying himself as he wandered around the room. He said before that he was usually in the Lycra's field or in Hades, so maybe he was just curious about normal human life.
ところで姫君、小さな火種になるようなものはあるかな？空いた時間にタバコを吸いたいのだが。
By the way, dear princess, would you happen to see any matches around? I have a fancy for smoking tobacco. Ah, he lost me. A type of plant whose dried leaves can be used for smoking after its rise. As a luxury item, its use was spread throughout the world. Tobacco? Was he really planning on smoking? I think the matches are here. Do you really smoke? The Watchman of Death smoking tobacco? I have to admit, I'm surprised.
昔偶然手にする機会があってね。今でも嗜好品として気まぐれに吸うことがある。
I happened to come across some long ago, and I indulge in the pleasure now and again. I suppose if you smoke outside, Adolphe hates the smell of tobacco. To be honest, I don't know much about it myself. Do you like the way it smells? Does it taste good?
難しい質問だね。私はタバコの味や香りではなく、煙が胸を通る感覚を楽しんでいる
It
から。
sounds like the most childish answer. Difficult to answer. I simply enjoy the smoke itself rather than the aroma or flavor. hard to imagine. I reflected on the strangeness of tobacco while handing Ankou the book of matches from a nearby
あ
cabinet.
りがとう。君の前では吸わないから、しばらく借りてもいいかな。
Thank you. Since I won't be smoking in your presence, may I borrow this for a while? Oh, you can have it. Some vendor at the marché gave them out for free when you buy something.
贈り物かい？嬉しいね。未来永劫大切に保管させてもらおう。
A gift for me? How wonderful. I will keep it safe for an eternity. The matches won't live as long as you do, Ankou, so please use them while you can. As I responded jokingly, a thought suddenly came to mind. Ankou, since you're here, there's something I wanted to ask.
何かな？
What is it? After tucking the book of matches inside his pocket, he went to sit on the bed. A while ago, I met a person named Eves who follows his family tradition of keeping watch over the field of Lycris Norigi. Ooh. Seeing reaction confirmed my suspicion. He told me a story that was passed down to him about the involvement of death. I took a deep breath to relax my tension. Was it that you by any chance? I finally got myself to ask what had been on my mind for a while. It's been on your mind for 12 hours. After a few seconds of silence,
あ
Ankou.
あ、そうか。かの血筋と君は無事に巡り合ったのか。
So you encountered his bloodline without incident. He shook his head to tell me not to worry.
その通り。彼らにリコリスの繁殖を頼んだのは紛れもなく私だとも。
You're correct. I'm the very person who asked his ancestor to grow the Lycris. I felt myself break into a cold sweat. Really? But to us, it was a matter of life and death. I was taken aback by how he was so casually affirmed the truth behind the story. Ankou must have understood the intention behind my question as he hid his mouth and
期
chuckled.
待させたようですまないが、私はこの国を呪った元凶ではないよ。
I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not the one who cursed this country. But according to Eve's family,
人づての口伝など、時間とともに脚色されていくものさ。
stories passed down through generations will often change to something else in time. Ankou told me that he wasn't sure how much he could share with me, but continued nonetheless. Yeah, let's get some of that.
この国に初めてリコリスノワージュの花を咲かせたのは彼らの家でね。
The first ones to nurture the Lycris Norigis in this country were the Norigi family.
リコリス自体は冥界にも咲いている花なのだが、
The Lycris usually bloom in Hades.
彼らのが見事に咲かせた花はまた格別に美しく、一目見た瞬間、私はすっかり心奪われてしまったんだ。
The families their family grew were extraordinarily beautiful, and I was mesmerized at first sight. Is this like the correct letters? Ankou spoke through the unknown interference, reminiscing about the past, which is why you asked them to grow the flowers.
そう。だが誤解しないでほしい。
Indeed, but do not misunderstand.
私は呪いを盾に彼らを脅したわけではない。もう納得の上で契約を交わしてくれたんだ。
I did not threaten him with the curse. The noble drifter agreed with our contract. Did I do it? Is this like
当時は
Final
確かに
Fantasy?
死の番人と名乗ったはずなのだが。
If I restart with enough backups, I can get all the letters. Is it true that I referred to myself as the Watchman of Death back then? But
このなりのせいで時の経過とともに存在が死神と混同されてしまったらしい。
it seems that time has warped the truth and turned me into death itself. I see. If Ankou had introduced himself as Death when we first met, I would have believed him. Because Death was the country's primary enemy, there was no attention paid at all to the Watchman of Death. So the Lycris Norigi don't have anything to do with the curse.
あれが枯れると士気が早まるのは確かだが、根本的な原因ではないかな。
It's true that death is hastened when they wilt, but it would be difficult to say they are the root cause.
私が彼らと契約を結んだ時には、とっくにこの国は呪いに蝕まれていたさ。それこそ何百年も前にね。
Did my camera just shift? Find out. By the time I formed the pack, the country had already been eroded by the curse for hundreds of years. I'd like to share this information with the researchers at the Institute as soon as possible, but I'm not sure they'd believe me. I didn't sense that Ankou was lying, and his explanation did make sense. Even if he knew more useful information, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to tell me without the message being disrupted. My naive hopes that he might be able to lift the curse were dashed. I'm glad Ankou isn't the source of the problem. A side of me was relieved that I wouldn't need to bear some sort of grudge against him. Let's go see Eves! I can't believe that a promise made so long ago is still being kept today. Ooh. It's so wonderful. It's so wonderful. Were you very close to Eve's ancestors since you formed the contract with them?
いや、会ったのはただの一度きりだ。今ではもう彼の名前も顔も覚えていないよ。
That's messed up. It was a single encounter, so I no longer remember his name or his face.
だが、彼との出会いがなければ、今の私は存在していなかったかもしれない。
Making sure this is working. Okay. Just making sure it wasn't broken because it was acting weird. If I had not met him, I might not exist today.
一方的かもしれないが、私は彼のことを大事な友人の一人だと思っていたよ。
One of your dearest friends, you don't know his name. It may be one-sided. I have always considered him one of my dearest friends. Ankou narrowed his eyes nostalgically. From what I heard, it sounded like he threatened Eve's ancestor to protect the Lycrases, or he had strengthened the curse, but I couldn't imagine the person in front of me actually doing that, so there must be another reason. Girl, you are so easy manipulated. What? That's not enough. You just met this guy like 3 days ago.
愛する女性のために国を花で囲むなんて情熱的な人だよね。
A marriage proposal must be coming. I hope she accepts it. Is it me? Am I the marriage proposal? Did you just realize that it might be? Did you form the Lycra's contract for the sake of a woman who was special to you? My question had a hint of curiosity.
さあ、どうだろうね。
Well, who knows? He smiled bewitchingly. Oh my god. Am I dumb?
一連の事件とこの国の呪いを同時に追う？
You're investigating the incidents and the country's curse at the same time. Salome!
また途方もない話ね。自警団に復帰するのは良いことだけど、一体どうして？
Well, now, that is quite a handful. I'm glad to hear that you're going back to the corpse, but why this all of a sudden? He had stopped by to give her a quick report. After hearing her foster son's next course of action, Sister Salome paused midway through sewing Leah's clothes. Absent from his report was the suspicious Watchman of Death, who would assist him in discovering the truth behind the curse. Even worse would be revealing that this shady character was now living with Leah. She would throttle him if she found out.
一連の事件が呪いが形を変えたものという可能性もある。
There's a possibility that those incidents occurred because of the curse.
あいつも可能な限り手伝うと言ってくれた。
I'm coordinating with someone else who's willing to help. Adolphe was selective with his words, and it seemed that Salome was satisfied as she nodded in
なん
response.
でも リュカ先生の妹さんが入院している病院付近でも変死の被害者が出たみたいなのよ。
I heard there have been more deaths near the hospital where Lucas's younger sister is admitted.
その子や入院している人たちにまで被害がいかなければいいわね。
I do hope the child and those at the hospital remain safe from the danger.
ああ、他にも一連の事件で不安に駆られた民があちこちで揉め事や事件を起こしている。
There's been increasing unrest and reports of crimes because everyone's afraid of what happened out there. Mother, that child won't be safe. I did like... Ooh. Was it Eve's storyline where she ended up having the kid at the very end? I'm like, oh, look. The right person. Her doctor is fucking weird. That's an understatement. I think you're underselling Dr. Capuchin.
一部の地域では娼婦が何人か行方不明になっているという。マムも気をつけてくれ。
Did you just call my mother a prostitute? I've even heard of some prostitutes going missing in some areas. Please be careful, mother.
ええ、もちろん。これも全部呪いによるものだとしたら厄介よね。
Of course, it's troubling if the source of the problem really is the curse.
国立研究所の責任者であるあの男は、そんな非科学的なものは存在しないと主張するでしょうけど。
That loused working in the institute would probably argue that it's all superstition with no scientific basis.
あの男。シアン・ブロフィワーズか。あまりいい噂は聞かないが。
Loused, you mean Sheen Brophy? I haven't heard many good things about him. Adolphe's eyes communicated to Salome that he wasn't connected to Sheen, but...
このアルペシェールで最も優れた頭脳と権力を持つ男。もしも味方に引き入れることができたら、さぞ心強いだろうな。
If I could somehow get him on our side, it'd be a huge help since he's the most brilliant and powerful man in Arpachel.
俺がリライバー化の申請者を装えば、接触ぐらいはできるか。
Maybe I can get in contact with him if I submit a fake reliver application, because I don't want to be relived.
ダメよ。それだけは絶対にダメ。
Don't. I absolutely will not allow it.
あの子とあなたをあんな危険な男に近づけるわけにはいかない。
I cannot let either of you go near such a dangerous person. I hate him. You hate Sheen Brophy now? When did that happen? The tone of her voice lowered.
アドルフ、幼い頃からあれだけ言い聞かせていたのに。
Salome, you is dangerous too. She's dangerous, but let's be honest. Did we not think she looked dangerous to begin with? I mean, look at this outfit. That look is, like, intense for a nun. Adolphe, I've been telling you this since you were little.
あなたは未だに自分自身の価値を理解していないのね。
It seems you don't fully understand your worth.
もしもあなたを拾ったのが私以外のリライバーだったら、今頃どうなっていたと思うの？
Can you imagine what might have happened if you were found by another reliver? Go on, mother. Talk. He immediately kept his mouth shut. The instincts he developed in childhood warned him that he should never go against her when she was in this state.
責任感があるのはいいことよ。けれど、自警団に入ってから、あなたもすっかり無茶をするようになって。
It's good to be responsible, but since you joined the corps, you've become quite reckless.
今回の事件が落ち着いたら、イブさんにリーダーを継いでもらって対談したらどうかしら。
Once those incidents are resolved, why not leave the corps and have Eves become the next
寿
leader?
命と体のこと。そろそろごまかすには難しくなってきているでしょ。
I swear Nadia and maybe Dahat are the only side characters that are not crazy. You do not know that Dahat is not crazy. I am not sold that he is not 100% slightly bad. I think he's still something. We just haven't figured that out yet. I don't hate Sheen. Oh, really? You just said you did. By now, it's become difficult to hide your lifespan and physical condition, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Mr. I'm not from around here.
それは。
Well.
あの子もいつか、あなたが無理をしていることに気がつくはずだわ。
One day, Leah hate Ankou. Yeah, Right. Sure. I hate him so much I love him. If you keep this up, Leah will begin to notice one day. Yeah, I think she's already noticing.
いきなり事実を伝えても混乱するだろうし、安全な環境で心の準備をしておくべきよ。
Let's have the conversation. I was found on the beach. I'm not from around here. I'm not cursed because I'm not from around here. I have different genetics. I'm also not like other guys. Even confessing the truth to her now would be a shock, so you should prepare for that conversation in a better environment.
分かってる。だが今は事件の解決に集中したい。
For a second, I thought he had like half gloves on, like Lucas. I understand, but for now, I want to focus on. I know there's no quick load, Dad. I didn't mean to hit that. I want to focus on my own work first. Salome looked slightly surprised to hear Adolphe's response. Whenever she brought up the subject, he would usually change the subject or simply stay quiet. That's what he did. He did that. He changed the subject. A few minutes later, Salome saw Adolphe off with a gentle, loving smile while he gave the simplest of acknowledgments as he left. From the garden, blooming with lygrases, the lively voices of children echoed as they shouted their goodbyes.
あの子ったら、母を相手に隠し事ができると思っているのかしら。
Do you know he's housing the Watchman of Death in his house already? How did you find that out? Does this child really think he's able to keep a secret from his mother? Her smile
あの
disappeared.
子さえそばにいれば、危ない橋を渡るような真似はしないと思っていたのに。
I thought he wouldn't make any reckless decisions if Leah was with him.
呪いの正体を追うだなんて、どういう心境の変化なのかしら。
I wonder what made him want to pursue the curse. It was me.
それとも誰かがアドルフに余計な入れ知恵をした？
Yeah, Leah, me. Perhaps someone is pressuring him to take action. It was difficult to imagine any normal person discovering the truth behind the curse that eluded even the understanding of a genius. But
この国の倫理観は間違っている。リライバークの成功だけで満足してはいけない。
this is probably going to be your favorite route because it's probably going to talk about the royal family more since Salome has stuff to talk about. The ethics of this country are terribly weak. We should not be so reliant on reliver technology.
私たちは他国に存在するという普通の人間になる努力をするべきだ。
We must put in effort to live lives like the humans outside of this country.
死神の呪いを解いて人々を救いたい。
I want to save people by lifting the curse.
リライバー技術に依存する王族を一掃したい。
It'll be your favorite route if the relivers, gosh, if the royal family die. I mean, that's her dream. And she seems, I mean, she's definitely connected to Adolphe. The reliver-obsessed royal family must be abolished.
まるで私の掲げた目標をあの二人が継いだよ。
It's as if those two have taken over the goal I've worked towards for years. I suspected that Leah and Adolphe were either Death Reborn or related to Death. It was unthinkable that I could have ever considered offering them to Sheen as test subjects during our collaboration. Of course, such a thought never returned after I realized how much I loved them. You stabbed one of them in the back,
な
though.
んだか眩しいわ。
They are such beautiful souls. Nothing had changed in all these decades. The number of supporters who once shared my goal have dwindled considerably. You're going to talk about how you created the Exorcist? Sheen was now focused on developing more resilient relivers who could last longer than their current lifespan. Not even if he were to be successful in creating relivers that could withstand the curse, could one actually call such a person a real human? You're a reliver, Mama. The people of Arpachel now saw immediate revival after death to be normal, and had few objections about dying at 23. I myself had been affected by becoming a reliver. The more I saw people discard their bodies as disposable vessels, the more I felt empty and unable to live with the passion I once had.
私のやっていることはすべて無駄なのかしら。
I wonder if all I've done has been for nothing. I did what I could to try and retain my emotions and connections with
普
others.
通の人間としての生を望む人はもうこの国に誰もいないの。
Oh, come on, there's an exorcist group about this. Perhaps there's no one left in this country who wishes to live a normal human life. The sound of the wall clock startled
いけ
me.
ない。何を弱気になっているのかしら。困難は覚悟の上でこの謎に挑んだのでしょう。
I shouldn't be thinking so negatively now. I knew what I was facing when I decided to uncover the truth. She is 81 years old, and she has been seeking revenge for about 60 years. I don't know if she had a chance. If in 60 years you made zero progress. Mother! I needed to fulfill my promise to
こ
him.
の先何十年、100年以上かかろうと、私は必ずこの国の呪いを解いてみせる。
What if her additional story is that she wants to let her son be brought back as a person instead of like a reliver? I don't know if that's even a thing. That can age. That way he's not constantly stuck at 15. I can't remember how old he's stuck at. How many decades, even if it takes 100 years, I will find a way to break the curse. I could not abandon the noble mission my original self began, except I won't turn in the people I think might help break the curse to the person who can research and maybe do that too. I needed to annihilate the curse and the filthy royal family. She's got this. I would revive as many times as necessary, even if it destroyed me. She's in- Ugh.
ゆかくん
Lucas.
兄様、大丈夫？
Are you alright, brother?
大丈夫です。いつもの発作ですから、少しすればすぐに収まるはず。
Sorry, I couldn't make that out. Could you try saying that one more time? I'm fine. Just the usual coughing. I should be better shortly. Can I act like I don't know. It's a lot of blood, bro. Brother.
これはまずいな、リュウカ君。すぐに別室を用意してあげるから、今日はそこで休んでいきなさ
Does
い。
that make you mad, Dr. Capuchin? It's gotten worse, Lucas. I'll have a room prepared for you to rest in for the day.
発作用の薬では抑えきれない。私が直接対応に当たろ
It's too severe to be managed with medicine, so I'll take care of you personally.
いえ、私なら平気です。せっかくのナディアとの時間をこの程度の発作なんかで。
I'm fine. I can't let my symptoms interrupt the little time I have with Nadia.
ダメよ、兄様。お願いだから、カプシーヌ先生の言う通りにして。
Please stop, brother. You have to listen to Dr. Capuchin.
う。ナディア君に悲しい思いをさせたくないのなら、彼女の言うことを聞きなさい。
I suggest you follow Nadia's advice if you don't want to sadden
ただ
her.
でさえ残り少ない寿命をさらに短くするつもりかな。
Do you intend to shorten your remaining time even further? Even if the salvation ending is bad for Lucas, the doctor better be gone.
わかりました。
I understand.
ごめんなさい、ナディア。明日の朝にはまた来ます。
From my understanding, that's all Nadia
いい
does.
子に安静にしているんですよ。
I'm sorry, Nadia. I'll be returning first thing tomorrow morning. Be a good girl and rest.
兄様。
Brother?
そんな顔をしなくても大丈夫。私が人並み外れて頑丈なのはあなたもよく知っているでしょう。
No need to look like that. I'll be fine. You know very well that your brother is as strong as a person can be.
最後を迎えるその瞬間まで兄様はあなたのそばにいますから。
I'll be by your side until the very end, no matter what.
ええ。いつもありがとう。私、優しい兄様が
Oh,
大好きよ。
Nadia. You're the best thing about this game. Thank you so much. I love my kind dear brother.
私もあなたが大好きですよ。愛しいナディア。どうか兄様の分まで少しでも長く生きてください。
Get that you have like blood in your throat that's like literally making it hard for you to breathe and talk, but you are talking so slow. I love you too, dear Nadia. Please live as long as possible for your brother's sake. Yeah, say the most depressing things to the girl that's
では行
bedridden.
こう。私の肩に捕まっていなさい。
Let's get going. You can hold onto my shoulder. Capuchin. Is the hot gonna come in and say hi?
最後。もう死ぬ覚悟を固めてしまっているのね、兄様は。
The very end. It sounds like my brother is already prepared to die.
あのね、兄様。私、本当は、もっともっと、兄様と一緒にいたい。
Dear brother, I actually want to be with you for much, much longer.
置いていかれたくない。せめて私が息を引き取るまで、手を握っていてほしい。
Is their salvation ending the two of them dying together? I don't want you to leave me behind. I want you to hold my hand when my time
兄様に
comes.
もっと、たくさんの寿命があればよかったのに。
If only my brother had more time to live.
でもそんなことを言ったら、他の患者さんや他の先生に夢物語だって笑われちゃう。
I suppose the other patients and even the doctor would laugh and say how silly my wish is.
どうして
But why?
普通の生を願うのは、そんなにわがままなこと？
Is it really so selfish to wish for happiness?
まさかわがままなんかじゃないですよ。それは人間が抱くべき
Look,
当然の権利にして願いです。
it can't be. It's not selfish at all. It's a natural human desire that everyone shares. You're talking really loud, Nadia.
ああいきなりごめんなさい。知り合いのお見舞いに来たんですけど、
Sorry for intruding. I came to visit someone I
こ
know.
こを通りかかった時に偶然君の独り言が聞こえちゃってつい。でも決して怪しいものじゃ。
I just happened to hear you talking from the hallway, but I'm not some suspicious guy or anything.
本当？
Really? Yeah, don't trust him. With hair like that?
本当にわがままじゃない？
Oh, she wasn't worried about that part. I'm not. I'm really not selfish, am I?
兄様はこのまま死にたいと願ってるのに、
My brother accepts that he'll die soon, but
それが叶わなければいい。もっと長生きしてほしいと思うなんて。
I don't think he should. I want him to live as long as possible.
私、とっても悪い子じゃないかしら。
Am I a selfish girl for wanting that?
事情はさっぱりですが、要するに、
I'm not really sure what's going on,
お
but
兄さんにリライバーにはならず、でも普通の人間として長生きしてほしいってことですよね。
you want your brother to live a long life, not as a reliver, but as a normal human being, right?
それのどこが悪いことなのか、全然わからないんですけど、
I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
大切な人には大事な思い出と一緒に長生きしてほしいじゃないですか。
It's only natural to want our loved ones to live long lives and share happy memories with us. Oh god, you made Nadia cry.
なんで泣くんです？ どうしよう。何十歳も年下の子を泣かせちゃうなんて。誰か助けて。
Why are you crying? What do I do? I can't believe I made a girl way younger than me cry. Someone help me. And that's how they became best friends. It's me again. Am I still with Ankou?
お前、家を好き勝手に漁るだけじゃ飽き足らず、俺の手帳に落書きしやがったな。
Not only did you scavenge through my house, you also scribbled all over my damn notebook. I would also be mad about that too. Aww!
どうしてくれんだ。あれには今後の予定が全部書いてあったんだぞ。
Look at him. Wait. Does he also have a ribbon around his wrist? I wonder if this one goes under both of theirs and or other. The hell are you gonna do about this? I have my schedule for the whole damn month in there.
信じるに値しない他人がいると分かっていながら、無防備に放置した君が悪
It's just
い。
warning you.
金品や日記に手を出さなかっただけでも感謝してほしいものだね。
It's your fault for leaving them in the midst of someone you do not trust. You should thank me for not touching your money or diary.
理屈を。
Why, you? Shortly before dinner was served, Adolphe was pounding the table and shouting at Ankou. He interested himself in the utensils he was fiddling with. When did you do that, Ankou? I'm sorry, Adolphe. I didn't notice at all, even though we were in the same room.
何？姫君が謝る必要はないと思う。
Now, dear princess, there's no need to apologize.
それは俺のセリフで、加害者であるお前が言う権利はねえんだよ。
Look at Ankou ear. Is it the blue crystal that looks like the same one as his? Because I'm sussy. Also, is this casual wear? That doesn't look like his outfit. Interesting. Very sus. He's got the glowing blue earring. So does he. It looks like he has a ribbon on his wrist. I know someone else who has a ribbon on their wrist. That's for me to say, you damn culprit, so you've got no right. Ankou played with his hair without much regard for the anger being directed at him, only offering a dismissive yes, yes.
そんなことよりも姫君。
Anyways, dear princess.
そんなこと？
Anyway?
そのアンクーさんとやらは、そろそろよしてはくれないか。
There's no reason to be so timid around me. Huh?
私と君はいわば魂の同胞。いつまでも他人行儀でいられては寂しくてたまらない。
You and I are kindred souls. I feel unbearably lonely at the thought that you would treat me as a stranger.
私のことはただのアンクーと。口調もこの男と同じく砕けてもらって
They
構
do
わない
the
よ。
glowing gems quite frequently on the CGs, which I don't know if that's a hint or anything. Actually, are there any other hints in here? Not really. Just a chair. Just consider me Ankou. You can even speak to me as casually as this loud man here. Well, I'm too embarrassed since we haven't known each other long. Besides, this is just the way I am with everyone other than my family at the orphanage.
ではせめて名前だけでも。
Then at least say my name with a smile. I suppose I can do that. I didn't have enough courage to disobey someone hundreds of years older than me. I took a deep breath, then tried to look him directly in the eyes with a smile. Ankou.
何かな？
What is it,
私の姫君。
What is it, my dear princess? Aw, I didn't know what to say after that. He's talking to you and me. I know, this would be a great little sound clip to turn to like a
何か
ringtone.
な？私の姫君。
Think about it. It'd be great for text messaging. We need to say Ankou with a smile. I mean, Ankou makes me smile, but I can't make eye contact with him as he's not really here with me. I didn't know what to say after that. That's it, I guess. I'm feeling embarrassed now.
そうかい？私は君の愛らしい照れ顔を見れて、とても満足しているよ。
Are you? I'm very pleased to see your lovely blushing face. Don't tease me like that. As I looked down to hide my red cheeks, Adolphe suddenly slammed his cup down onto the
なら
table.
俺も今後はアンクーと呼ばせてもらう。
I don't know, that capital does not seem as intense. Well, I have something to say to you, Ankou. Ankou's face quickly scrunched in disgust. Adpole, don't be jealous.
人の名を許しもなく呼ばないでくれないか。君に名を紡がれるのは極めて不快だ。
I prefer that you never say my name without permission. Somehow the sound of it is infuriating. Don't be a third wheel. Don't be a third wheel in your own house.
俺なりの歩み寄りだ。長いやなら往来の場で付きまといまと呼んでやろうか。
It's my way of being nice. If you don't like it, I'll gladly refer to you as creep.
育児なしの若造が。
You spineless brat.
俺にはアドルフという名がある。
That's Adolphe to you. Here we go again. It was actually pretty funny to watch the two of them get into it, but if neither of you have plans to eat, should I just clear the
い
table?
や、そんなつもりは。
That was not my... It's Adpole. I'm doing it how it's spelt. I'm still pronouncing it wrong. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this now. The two quickly straightened up in their seats, which was incredibly adorable. But was he really, like, behind him pulling on his shirt? Ankou first reached out to me my specialty, a bowl of stew. We had it yesterday, so I actually wanted to prepare a different dish, but I desire to enjoy your specialty, dear princess. Because of his request, I decided to serve the stew again with slightly different ingredients. Oh, he is wearing casual. He has a hand under his jacket. I never knew. His shirt is slightly see-through. Wow. After a momentary silence, Ankou slowly brought the spoonful of stew to his mouth. I see. Okay, so it's not a ribbon on his wrist, it's in his hair. But it like replaces the thing that dangles. Right? Same hand, right? Ankou slowly brought the spoon into his mouth. In the next moment, I know someone who does a little shake when they're really excited about something I make. Got that long hair. He's got hair that's so long that, like, he's had hundreds of years to grow it out. I bet his, like, maintaining sequence is there. He stopped. After trembling slightly, he sat still with a serious look on his face. Ankou, do you not like it?
いや。
No.
あまりにも美味だったから、少し驚いてしまってね。
I was simply startled by how delicious it is.
これほど優しい味の料理を食べるのは、一体何百年ぶりだろう。
It has been hundreds of years since I have tasted food so exquisite. See, you can only get that when you, like, date a guy who's literally the gatekeeper of death. I think his hair is longer than any of my husbandos, maybe. It's pretty damn long. Like, part of it looked for a while like it was almost like cut and then continued because of how, like, thin it gets in one point, but I've also find it very interesting that the artist has done this with pretty much all the characters where, except for Lucas, I think Lucas is the one exception. They have long hair, but they wear it in such a way you don't even realize it's long until they do angles like this. Except for Adolphe. Adolphe has short hair because he's not the coolest character here. Although, is the ribbon the same color? Hang on. Is it? They look like the same shade. Ooh, I wonder if they have the same model. Would that make it more obvious? You're just flattering me. But I'm still happy you enjoy it. Thank you very much. I think so? He probably stole it from Adpol, excuse me. That's true. He did say he wanted something from that. After a short delay from Ankou's response, Adolphe also began to eat his stew in silence. Did he do a little shake? It's not just tobacco, but food in general that you enjoy?
大量摂取は不可能だが食べられなくはないよ。姫君が手ずから用意してくれたものであればなおさらだ。
It is impossible for me to eat much, but I can enjoy a normal meal, all the more if it was prepared by my dear princess.
普段はうまくもないだけを食しているから、温かな料理を食べること自体新鮮だ。
I usually consume those bland licorice roots, so having something warm to eat is delightful in itself.
と、なんだ、これも口にできないのか。
Am I forbidden from saying that as well? Having once again been disrupted, Ankou ran his fingers over his throat with frustration.
なんだ今のは。
The hell was that? Come to think of it, this is the first time you've heard it, Adolphe. Ankou said that his voice gets interrupted when his messages interfere with the human world. You know, it's just one of those things. It's an Ankou thing. I did my best to explain as simply as possible what happened when we first met.
本当に人間じゃないんだな。
So you really aren't human.
何度もそう言っている。この世の人間にとっての未知を私は君たちに語ることができないのだよ。
I'm unable to say things. I have said it so many times already. I am also unable to discuss what remains a mystery to the people of this world. Mystery? What's a mystery, Ankou? Which also meant, it seems like your messages are disrupted when you ask you something that we don't know, but if we're able to learn the truth ourselves, does that mean we can talk to you without interference?
ああ、その解釈で合っている。
Yes, that is correct. Nailed it.
まどろっこしいな。
What a pain in the ass.
そう言わないでくれ。私も好きで口をつぐんでいるわけではないのだから。
Now don't say that. I'm not purposely trying to obscure my
私に
messages.
こんな不便を強いる邪魔者さえいなくなってくれれば話は早いのだがね。
Of course, it would be so much simpler if I could just do away with that inconvenient, that plot inconvenience. Anyways, you must be referring to the source of the interference. Is it Death? Do you want to kill Death? Are we going to go kill Death? Are we reenacting Matthys' book now? With that, Ankou resumed his meal and clearly finished his remaining spoon. Cleanly? How? We followed suit and quietly finished our meals before they got cold. After washing it down with some water, we began to discuss our next course of action. Adolphe would continue to work alongside the corpse in their regular patrols and investigate any incidents as needed. The corpse operation would be left to Yves, but the flow of command would still come with Adolphe as required.
マムとも軽く話したが、死神の呪いについて調べるなら、国立研究所を当たるのが一番だろう。
I had a talk with Mother, and it sounds like the best place to learn about the curse is the Institute.
最高責任者、シアン・ブロフィワーズは、今でこそ呪いに対抗できる丈夫なリライバーの作成に力を入れているが。
She says the director, Sheen Brophy, is focused on creating stronger relivers that can withstand the curse.
かつて、呪いの原因を調べていた知識
That
があ
wasn't
る
even the
らし
wrong
い。
word. That was even like slightly incorrect. I literally said the wrong thing entirely. She also mentioned that he was working on figuring out the curse at 1.2. Huh, Sheen. Sounds like he's got a gorgeous neck tattoo. He was the savior written about in history books who developed the reliver technology that saved the country from ruin.
死者を管理する者としては、寿命を好きにいじり回す人間とは関わり合いになりたくないね。
He is like me after I take a shower and my hair is just dried because my hair feels so soft. So he reminds me of me right now. Every angle they show, he's got his hand in his hair. And I'm always just like this after I take a shower. I'm like, so soft. I love him too. He's so perfect. One, he has silver hair. That's like almost a must for me. He's got red eyes. I like that. He's also got a gorgeous voice. He's drawn quite nicely as well. As someone who manages the dead, I want nothing to do with those who toy with life as they see fit in order to defy death. Well, we don't have to talk to him directly, right? Maybe we can ask one of the researchers who know him. Is this convenient? This is probably way too convenient. A sudden noise came from the transmitter that Adolphe previously left behind. He must be accustomed to the sudden sound since he excused himself calmly and took the device in his pocket.
俺だ。
アドルフ、食事時にごめん。
How did he know you were eating? Adolphe, sorry to interrupt dinner, but do you have a minute? I immediately recognized Eve's voice from the other end.
構わない。調査に何か進展があったか？
Go ahead. Did something happen with the investigation?
ああ、いや、違うんだ。ちょっと君というか、彼女にお願いがあって。
Me? Not exactly, but I wanted to ask you, actually, Leah, for a favor. A favor from me? I raised my hand up in response to the gentle voice coming from the transmitter as Ankou moved close to me in silence.
そこにいたんだ。ならちょうどよかった。
Shane did leave and got hot as director for now. I wonder what he's doing right now. I assumed originally that he was going to end up popping up at Mama's house since he doesn't have many friends. And even though him and the mom aren't friends either, I think that's the only place he'd go. But I assumed he was going to pop up at the end of that scene with the mom and Adolphe, and it didn't happen, so what do I know? So you're there. Perfect timing.
実は今俺、エクソシスト教団が運営するクーネの病院に入院してるんだけど。
They did work as allies before. They did, but they only worked as allies. They were allies of convenience, like a marriage of convenience. But in this case, she needed someone to help her, and he needed information. And I think that was the only reason they worked out. And she still writes them. But at the end of Eve's story, when Mom's talking to Sheen, she didn't sound like a friend. I'm hospitalized now at this place in Cohen ran by the Society of Exorcists.
そこで偶然知り合った男の子にちょっとした依頼を受けてさ。それを君に手伝ってほしいんだ。
I just happened to get a new work order from a guy there, so I was wondering if you could help me out. Me? The Maiden of Death? Hospitalized? Has he gotten injured again? I remembered that Eves was admitted after fighting Barau, which made me realize
さては、ヒューゴに連れ戻されたな。
Hugo must have forced you to go back.
あ、ごめんと。ついでに傷口も開いたから縫い直したって医者に怒られちゃったよ。
Bingo! The doctor was totally mad about having to stitch my wounds up again.
あまり相棒に心配をかけてやるな。
Stop worrying your partner so much. I heard Eves had temporarily closed Korun to focus on investigating the deaths. The fact he actually took another work order must mean something.
とりあえず、内容だけ先に聞く。受けるかどうかは、こいつに任せたい。
First, let's hear what you got. It'll be up to her whether she helps or not. I sensed Eve nodding over the transmitter. It turned out that his work order he wanted me to do wasn't very
俺
difficult.
と同じ病院に入院してる友達の女の子に、どうせできればリライバーになってない子を話し相手として紹介してあげたいんだって。
Oh, this is giving me vibes of like renting a person. He wanted me to introduce him to a conversation partner who could come visit the hospital, preferably a non-reliever girl.
実のお兄さんに寿命が迫ってるせいか、精神的に参ってるらしくて、少しでも気分を晴らしてあげたいんだとか。
Not for him, conveniently, but to comfort a friend of his who's been stressed out recently because her brother's close to death. Her brother's close to death? The reason I just heard, it was like that night, she said, staring at sorry to say Eves, oh goodness, Adolphe. The night when I learned that Adolphe's plans and wished for him to live for as long as possible. She almost sounds like me. Except, we help others before we worry about, I don't know, them being murdered by the curse that we have inched into our skin. Accept the work order. Oh, he didn't like that. I don't know why it does that when I restart. Oh. To be honest, I wanted to help Eves and the girl from the work order, but was it really okay for death to go near a hospital patient? Ankou might be suppressing my powers, but I worried that it might have what effect I would have on a girl in poor condition. I end up staying quiet for a moment and able to respond immediately to the question. I'm sorry, Eves. Would you mind if I took a little time to think about it? Although it was hesitant to decide, Eves and Adolphe both responded with kindness and support. Interesting. By the end of the night, we couldn't come up with any other ideas, so we just for help with the curse. What did I just say? What a convenient excuse. Imagine that in a story where, like, oh, he decided to go hang out with Hades. I might have just skipped a bad ending. We'll find out. I'll go through all of it soon. I see. Ankou had been quiet the whole time and didn't seem bothered at all. If she doesn't mind that it's me, I'd be happy to help. I'm not sure how well I can do with conversations, but I'll do my best.
ありがとう、助かるよ。俺、君以外にリライバーじゃない女の子の知り合いがいなくてさ。
It's how you know he's meant to be with me. You're a lifesaver. I was worried since you're the only girl I know who isn't a reliver. I'd like to come visit you too, Eves. What day would work best for you?
ああ、俺のことなら気にしないで。入院といっても大したことないし、すぐ退院してヒューゴたちに合流するから。
No need to worry about me. I'm not in bad shape or anything. I'm gonna be going and leaving soon to rejoin Hugo and the others. Okay, just don't push yourself, please. I was pretty sure Eve's injuries were worse than he was making them out to be.
ヒューゴの苦労が見て取れるな。
I can see how much Hugo has to deal with. Is that a reason for a girl who isn't... Is there a reason it has to be a girl who isn't a reliver?
女の子自身の事情もあるらしいけど、やっぱりこの病院がエクソシスト教団の運営っていうところも大きいかな。
It's partially due with the patient being a girl, but the bigger reason because the hospital is run by the Society of the Exorcist. Now that you mention it, weren't the anti-reliver organization? Eves responded with confirmation.
依頼主の男の子もリライバー。それも国立研究所の副所長だから、すごく気まずいって言ってたよ。
The guy who requested is actually the deputy director of the institute and also a reliver, so he said being there felt awkward. Deputy director? Why it took me that long. Okay. Dahat has trying to get someone to come talk to the little girl. Deputy director? We all looked at each other the moment we heard of his position.
ないと困り果てていた所長へのつてが言ったそばからできるとは面白い巡り合わせだね。
I must say it's quite a coincidence to have gained a connection to the director after merely thinking about it.
黙ってろ。イブに聞こえる。
Shut up or Eves will hear you. The deputy director was the second most powerful person at the institute, meaning that there was a good chance he worked for Sheen. Maybe we can meet with him to talk about the curse. The two nodded as I whispered my idea. So we agreed. That definitely most likely was a bad ending, right? Because if I don't go talk to this girl, I don't find out about the deputy director thing. It's like the worm from the labyrinth going, don't go that way. The castle's that way. I asked Eves if I could meet his client as well. He agreed, and things ended on a good note with our future meeting at the hospital arranged for tomorrow. Nice. The next day. Not wanting to mingle unnecessarily with mortals, Ankou elected to stay behind at Adolphe's. At least I said the word that it wanted to say. So Adolphe and I made our way to the hospital as discreetly as possible.
はじめまして、ナディア・ブルーストです。
Do I know who your brother
兄様といつもお
is?
世話になってます。
Nice to meet you. My name is Nadia Proust. Thank you for being so kind to my brother. There I encountered a cute young girl who looked like a fairy from a storybook. Aw. You're Lucas's younger sisters? I should be the one thanking him for all he's done for me.
うり二つだな。
You two are like twins.
大好きな兄様とそっくりだなんて嬉しいわ。
I
兄
will
様も
only be
目が覚めてれば二人に会えたのに。
I will only be nice to Lucas for Nadia is like saying I'm only staying in this relationship with kids. I'm happy to know I look so much like my brother. If only he were awake now, he'd be able to see you.
まさかナディアのお兄さんと元からお知り合いだったなんて。
So you two knew Nadia's brother to begin with.
すっごい偶然ですね。ナディアも嬉しそうですし、評判のクルーンさんにお願いしてよかったです。
What a coincidence! Nadia looks so happy. I'm glad I decided to work with that dependable Karoon. Next to the adorable young girl was Eve's client, a bright, smiling young man. So he's...
ダハトと言ったか。お前みたいな子供があの国立研究所の副所長なのか？
the hot, was it? So a kid like you is the deputy director of the National Research Institute?
リライバーを見た目で判断するなかれ。こんなに可愛くても僕、結構なおじいちゃんなんですよ。
You can never judge a reliver by their appearance. I may be cute, but I'm actually an old man inside. The hot pointed to a lab coat hanging over one of the seats as proof.
まあ、リライバーかつその研究者なんて、本来はこの病院に入院してる人たちには、親の仇のように嫌われるんでしょうけど。
Both relivers and institute researchers are treated like the plague by patients at this hospital, but
ナディアはそのあたり全然気にしないみたいで、話をしているうちに意気投合して、お友達になっちゃいました。
Nadia didn't seem to care much about it, so we sort of became friends after we struck up a conversation. In terms of appearance, you both look around the same age. But if you were in a situation, what about Lucas and Nadia, who were both receiving care at this hospital? Did they admit themselves here because they were against becoming relivers like Adolphe and the society members? What a
ダ
weird...
ハト君ってすごいのよ。
You know, Leah, Dahat is really amazing.
ダハト君、将来的
He's
に
not a
ず
dateable
っと
character in
感
this
情を
game,
保
so
てる
it's...
リライバーを作るための研究をしているんですって。
Dahat told me that he's researching a way to create the relivers that can retain people's human emotions. Emotions?
リライバー化の
She's
時に小
18
林
years
を
old, and
あ
she's
の
been
感情のこと
raised
か。
by one of the oldest relivers in the world, and she doesn't know this? Do you mean the emotions that are lost during the process of becoming a reliver? Dahat nodded, raising 3 of his fingers.
器に重きを置くシアンさんに対し、僕は人間の定義を知、肉体、精神、揃ってこそだと紐付けていますからね。
Unlike Shin, who focuses on the body as a vessel, I think what makes a person human is their blood, body, and mental state.
メモリーをどうにかいじって、いずれは恋愛をはじめとした全ての感情を持続できるようになればな、と。
So I was hoping I could find a way to return all emotions, including love, by fidgeting with the memory. Wow, it would be amazing if you could make that happen. Being able to retain love would mean that people wouldn't have to lose their loved ones when becoming relivers.
この国の恋愛観が丸ごと変わるかもしれねえな。
Could even change the way love is viewed in this
いやい
country.
や、そんな。 まだ理論の段階なんです。いろいろと問題があって、実現には程遠いんですよ。
Oh, come on. We're still testing out the viability. There are a lot of problems to work out first before it becomes a reality. The Hot scratched his cheek as he mentioned needing Sheen's approval on the project, so the timeline was still up in the air for now.
それでもすごいわ。
Still, that's amazing.
大切な人への思いが強いほどその感情を失う確率が上がるなんてとっても寂しいものね。
The stronger our feelings for someone, the greater the risk of losing those feelings. It's sad to think about it.
私はリライバーにはならないけれどダハト君の夢を応援してる。
I won't become a reliver myself, but I'll be cheering you on, Dahut.
ありがとうです、ナディア。研究がうまくいったら、真っ先に君へ報告しに来ますからね。
Seems like I'm going to be visiting a headstone in a later storyline kind of moment. Thanks, Nadia. If my research goes well, I'll make sure the first to find out.
約束よ。
Yes, it's a promise. Oh, they're so cute together. Oh, we're uncomfortable. Adolphe and I looked on as the two of them shook hands while happily talking about the future. Did you see her frail little arm? Is that why it made you sad? Later, we continued our chat about the marche and how Lucas has conducted his lessons. She was excited to hear all about the outside world and before long fell sound asleep.
って感じに、お兄さんの呪いがかなり進行しているらしくて、不安と心配のあまり、一睡もできてなかったみたいなんです。
I heard her brother's symptoms had been worsening, so she was so anxious and worried that she couldn't sleep a wink. It must have been shocking to see her own family coughing up blood before her eyes. I looked closer and saw that her sleeping eyes were slightly swollen, probably from crying so
僕の
much.
研究目標も、彼女を励ますために言った見栄のようなもので、ほとんどうまくいっていないんです。
I was trying to cheer her up with my research and a dash of optimism, but it wasn't really doing the trick.
里い彼女もうすうす察したでしょうから。あなたが来てくれて、本当に助かりました。
She's smart, so she probably knew what I was up to. I'm really, really glad that you were able to help. Not at all. The first person who dried Nadia's tears was you, Dahat. I'm sure Nadia is very happy to have made a friend as nice as you. Dahat scratched his blushing cheek as if hoping that what I said was true.
リュウカ先生の容体はそんなに悪いのか?
So Lucas isn't that bad of a
末
state.
期症状に片足をかけた状態といったところですかね。
Progressed quite fast in this version. Or maybe it's because my character didn't get in the way of his killing spree. I forgot about that. From the sound of it, I think he's just entering the final stages of the curse.
リライバー化も拒んでいるようですから、お別れの時はそう遠くない。
I also heard he refuses to become a reliver, meaning his days are numbered. But Nadia...
あんな儚い娘がこんな早くに肉親を失うのか?
A fragile girl like her is going to lose her family so soon. The truth Dahat revealed to us was grim. Adolphe knew Lucas personally and was choosing a similar path himself. I wonder if they might have had happier lives if they were born in another country. It would be like a dream. I can't help but envy those who live outside of this country, she said, making direct eye contact with Adolphe. I wonder when exactly Arpachel became so different from the other countries in this world. Ankou did say that the curse was here for at least 100 years. I was just mumbling to myself, but...
ふむふむ。言われてみれば。
That's a good question. Huh? The topic seemed to pique Dahat's interest.
大昔、この国が別物だった頃から呪われているとは聞いていましたが、具体的な時期は僕やシアンさんも知りません。
I heard this country was cursed when it had a different name. What was the name? But neither Sheen nor I have the precise time period it occurred.
まあ、例の漂流者が流れ着くまで自分たちが短命だということに気づいていなかったんですから、当然といえば当然ですけど。
Which isn't surprising since the people here only found out that their lives were different after the drifter arrived. The hot, quick and easy answer took Adolphe and me by surprise. We looked at each other and tried to make the most of this opportunity. So this drifter is the only one who came here from another country, which led to the development of the reliver technology? You knew that. That's in the textbooks. The visitor from a distant land gave us 4 books and shared knowledge that we would otherwise have never known.
ですです。シアンさんのおじいさんと何か揉めて姿を消しちゃったみたいなんですけど。
That's right. I heard Sheen's grandfather had an argument with the drifter which led to his disappearance, but
普通の寿命を持つ彼が協力してくれたら何かわかることがあったかもしれないんですけどね。
I lost my dragon. I have a fidget toy at my desk, or I had it, of a dragon. Oh, I found him. He's on the ground. Alright. If he had worked together with the drifter, things might have been very different today. The Hot was smiling the whole time, probably because it was fun for him to discuss different topics regardless of the field. He then clapped his hands together as if he had suddenly thought of this thought, and the sleepy Nadia stirred and gave a faint mumble.
でも、国が直接管理してる歴史書や王族の手記になら、当時の様子が詳しく残ってるかも。
But maybe there's record of what happened in one of the books our royal diaries kept at the royal family's archive. Royal diaries?
はい。お城には歴史的に価値のある古い本や歴代の王族が示した手記などを保管している場所があるんです。
There's a library in the castle where they keep old books of historical value and memories of past royal family members.
ダメ元で尋ねるが、俺たちがそれを読むことはできるか？
Just out of curiosity, is it possible for anyone to read those books?
無理ですよ。無理無理。城の書庫にある本は王族以外の閲覧が禁止されてますからね。
Of course not. Absolutely impossible. The books in the castle library are forbidden to anyone apart from the royalty.
読みたいならそれこそ城の中にこっそり忍び込むしかないですね。なんちゃって。
If you really wanted to gain access to those books, you'd have to sneak into the castle, like anyone would. The Hot smile laughed it off like a joke, but how do you think we should break into the castle? I have an ice pack on my knee just as a note by the fact that I'm moving right now.
侵入する方法
It's starting
どう
to
にか
fall.
考えるとしよ
Now let us think of how to infiltrate this library you speak
う
of.
呪いの始まりを知れば解明する方法も自然と導き出されるはずだからね
Sneak into the castle and get rid of the royal family. Yeah! We'll put a different curse. We'll put a lycris flower in every copy in the books in the libraries, and when they open it, they'll get a face full of poison. Solid. Once we learn the curse's origins, it should be easy to find a way to lift it.
お前ならそう言うと思った。
Your words, not mine. It'd be perfect. Flawless plan. When they go to investigate, they die. I knew you'd say that. Adolphe let out a huge sigh at Ankou's proposal after we shared our information. Amazing idea. Thank you. How could I put this? I met you earlier than Adolphe did, but it looks like he understands you much better than I do. Maybe I'm more evil than you. That's possible. That's possible. I've watched a lot of movies. I guess I feel a bit left out now since you two seem like real brothers. Wink, 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 wink. Wink, 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 wink. I felt a little jealous about Adolphe and Ankou's relationship.
お
Why?
ぞましいことを言わないでくれたまえ姫君
Please do not say such a dreadful thing, dear princess.
散々振り回されてきたから嫌でも察しただけだ。
I only knew he was going to say that after everything he's done already. I'm gonna get my dragon. He's just ever so slightly under my table. Beep, 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 beep. There he is. I got him. I didn't know he fell. I don't even remember when it happened. Although my sister sometimes uses my controller and my headset, so she might have knocked him off when she grabbed something. All right. They seemed like they were getting along well. Both of them had their eyes closed and they were rolling their eyes and glaring inside their heads.
その前にもう一度確認するが、呪いの元凶はリコリス・ノワージュではない。それは確かなんだな。
Just to confirm, you're sure the Lycos Norigi aren't the source of the curse? Eve's and the Lycos Norigi and Ankou's relationship with Eve's family. Adolphe asked his question to make sure the of the promise Ankou made with Eve's family long ago.
ああ、何度問うてくれても構わないよ。
Yes, you can ask me as many times as you want. Hearing that Ankou's reply wasn't disrupted, Adolphe seemed to relax a little. More surprisingly was that despite his initial dismay, Adolphe wasn't opposed to Ankou's proposal. As for me, I was stunned by the idea that anyone would think of breaking into the heart of the country.
身長が過ぎる君のことだから、もう反対するかと思っていたよ。
I assumed you would vehemently fight my proposal considering how careful you are.
当たり前だ。王族の懐に侵入するなんて、捕まれば罰どころか即極刑だろうからな。
I'd gladly fight you, especially since getting caught means an instant death sentence.
ではなぜ？
Then why?
俺だって、こいつに普通の人間としての幸福をつかませたい。
I wanted to live a happy life like any normal person.
それを叶えるためなら、どんな危険にだって挑んでやる。
I'm willing to take any risk to make that happen. Ankou. Adolphe. He gently rested his hand on my head and began to rub my hair. His gentle touch strengthened my resolve, which was really trying to grasp at reality. But the wall we need to overcome couldn't be climbed on resolve alone. The castle of the royal family was connected to the institute. Revpoor family, the rulers of Arpachel. They have lived for many years through reliver technology, but their tyranny has earned them a poor reputation. Among their subjects, they often keep to themselves in the castle that is connected to the institute and rarely make any public appearances. In fact, it's hard to believe they're in control, given how little they do. We needed to figure out how to sneak past the institute's security as well as the royal guard.
アンク、お前の不可思議な術とやらで、俺たちの気配を消すこと
Also,
は
the
できない
fact
のか。
that a civilization that has lived with nothing but like 23 years to live, how did you guys even create a royal family? What if one of the royal family members is the supporter? Unlikely. You want to know why? They haven't shown his face. You would not build up and hype up a character that we do not know already. It has to be someone we've already seen. And if it's not someone we've already seen, think about how disappointing that's going to be. In fact, if they wanted to make this a little bit more interesting, one of the characters could have been from the royal family just to give us a little insight. Do you have any kind of special powers that can hide us? Who the hell is the supporter? It's Dahat. I said it already. When you disappeared from the Lycos field, you used smoke and a storm of flowers, so maybe you can... You're the supporter? I didn't realize this was that kind of interactive story. You come here, you react to my... It's all been a front. You're secretly supporting the royal family and leaking information. I should have known. When you disappeared from the Lycos field, you used smoke and a storm of flowers, so maybe if you can...
残念ながら、人の世に合わせて形を取るため、力の大半は冥界に置いてきてしまってね。
Unfortunately, by manifesting myself in the appearance of mortals, most of my powers were left deep in Hades. What is your normal appearance?
自分だけならばまだしも、他人、姫君たちの姿を隠すのはいささか骨が折れる。
I can manage to cloak my own presence, but I doubt I can sufficiently provide cover for others, dear princess.
要するに、役立たずということか。
Looking in a mirror, Adolphe. In other words, you're useless.
有事の際、彼女の盾ぐらいにはなれるがね。仮にかばったら、一撃で死んでしまう貧弱などこかの誰かとは違って。
I can at least be her shield when needed, unlike some weakling who would easily perish from a single blow. I got an idea. I'm the supporter who's also in royal family, but I betray the royal family and get rid of the doctor and Jean. That's great, but your character doesn't have a face. Thus, I don't think they'd give you such an important role in this game. Even Hugo has a face, but not Camille. Not Camille. Not Milo, but not Milo. I completely forgot. I can't rely on Ankou to fulfill the contract on my own, so we'll figure it out some other way. Seeing Adolphe's eyes darken, I hurriedly did my best to change the subject. I'm Milo. You should probably be nicer to your stepsister and stop plotting murders. Just saying. I was thinking that maybe we could at least get through the Institute if we're able to make up a good reason, but from there to the castle was a real problem. How do you know? We'll have to somehow get past the Institute security and the Royal Guard. I'm Little Girl D. Oh my gosh, she had the saddest story. I still miss Little Girl D. The three of us sighed wearily.
ひとまず研究所の周囲を軽く探ってみるか。中を通らなくても城に侵入できる他のルートが見つかるかもしれない。
For the time being, let's scout the area around the Institute. We might be able to find another route into the castle. I feel like they would have smart enough guards that if you were scouting around a facility like this, they would know. Later that night, leaving Ankou behind, the two of us went to the Institute to explore the area. We gazed out at the facility from a distance to avoid suspicion from the guards. It's not
うっすら
useful.
と明かりがついているな。ここの連中はこんな夜中でも研究してるのか。
There's still some lights on. I guess the researchers are still working this late. The Reliver waiting list must be pretty long. Maybe the researchers have to work around the clock.
眠らない施設ってことか。ますます侵入するには厄介だな。
A facility that never sleeps, that makes things harder for us. So we're gonna say a lot, and it was not the word. We took a walk and scooped up the area, hoping to find an alternative route.
塀や城の壁に穴の一つも開いてればと思ったが、そう都合よくはいかないか。
I was hoping there'd be something like a hole in the wall that we could get through, but I guess that was too optimistic. That's too obvious. Then that means we'll need to go through the Institute, right? Adolphe nodded in agreement. But even if we tried to get in by submitting applications to become Relivers, it was unlikely that they would let us roam freely.
最低一人は研究所を自由に行き来できる協力者が必要だな。
We're gonna need at least one person working inside the Institute to help us get through. As Adolphe and I pondered on what to do. Hey you! What are you two doing here? Making out. One of the brawny guards standing at the Institute gate came towards us with long strides. We had stood sufficiently far away to avoid suspicion, but it didn't take long for me to realize how they spotted us so easily. Because you're staring at a building, and I can't imagine you can see that far. I'm sorry, Adolphe, I think it's because of my hair. The street lamps must have reflected on my golden hair.
そうか。だがまあ、まだ何もやましいことなんてしてねえんだ。変に構えず、堂々としてろ。
I see. But it's not like we've done anything wrong. Just stay calm. Everything will be fine. Okay. After our whispers, the guard came walking in front of Adolphe and looked down at me.
一般人がこんな夜間になぜこんな場所を徘徊している。
Commoners. That's also rude in this game. Now, why are you two commoners be wandering around here at night?
息抜きがてらの散歩だ。
We're just taking a walk, that's all. Adolphe replied without any fear whatsoever.
クーネの一般人がわざわざセルネボルまでか？
When you're anxious, yeah. So commoners from Cohen strolled all the way to Cernavel, eh?
近いうちにリライバーになる予定がある。当日現場になる研究所をなんとなく見に来たくなった。
Planning to become a reliver soon, so I wanted to come out here and look at the institute. Based on Adolphe's age and the fact that he didn't have a reliver mark on his skin, the guards seemed to be convinced.
では、そちらの娘は
What's the age limit to become a reliver? 18 seems like a sufficient age. I mean, you might start dying at 20, but you could die sooner. They said it happens. You gonna call your girlfriend? What about her? She doesn't look old enough to become a reliver. I'm his granitor? What the heck is that? I'm his sister. What the heck is a granitor? Sounds like a dinosaur. I'm saying it wrong. Ah, I signed his reliver pack as his granitor. I wanted to take a walk with him since there's no telling when he might pass away.
そうか。けなげなことだな。リライバー化すればそんな関係完全に消え失せるというのに。
I see. Good to hear, but you do know that your relationship with him will completely disappear once he's a reliver, right? Disappear. I wonder if he was referring to the overflow of memories that wouldn't be transferred during the process. Completely disappear. Unlike romantic feelings, familial love still had the potential to remain. Look at Mama. Oh, oops. I hit the button too many times.
最近、あらゆる区域で物騒な事件が起きているものだから、研究所の警備も厳重になっているんだ。
Sorry for doubting you. With all the recent unpressed security around, standards have been tightening here at the Institute. I'm sorry, we should have taken a walk elsewhere. It's got a lot on our mind. It was obvious that the unrest he referred to was the death that had been occurring in Cohen and Shadis. The Institute's guard were already diligent to begin with, but if security was even tighter, getting inside was now probably impossible. Not wanting my disappointment to show on my face, I slightly tugged on Adolphe's clothes. We shouldn't keep bothering him while he's working. Maybe we should go back home. Adolphe.
Oh.
You know, Adolphe. Let me say your full name, actually. Leader of the corps. Just as I was about to leave, we heard the familiar sound from the guard's pocket.
こちら正門。はあ？かしこまりました。すぐに案内いたします。
Yes, this is the front gate speak. Huh? What? Understood. I'll lead them in. Oh god.
おい、待て、そこの二人。
Wait, you two. Huh?
話は終わったんじゃないのか。
I thought we were done here. When Adolphe and I were stopped, we both turned around to hear a familiar voice coming from the guard's transmitter.
あ、その声やっぱりお嬢さんとアドルフさんですよね。
Yeah, I thought I recognized that voice. Leah and Adolphe, right?
同じ日に2回も会えるなんて嬉しいです。これから僕休憩なんで、よかったら深夜のお茶会でもしませんか？
I can't believe I'm seeing you twice in one day. I'm going to be taking a break, so how about we have a midnight tea party? The night sky darkened reached the night skies darkened to reach a stop short of the country's guiding star towards which Dahat's innocent voice happily beckoned us. What a boy. Is he gonna have a photo of his mom in his room? Oh, you're not gonna go to his room?
ようこそリライバーを生産するこの国唯一無二の機関へ
Welcome to the only facility in the country that produces
お
relivers.
二人はまだうちの設備を見たことないですよねなので特別に見学させてあげちゃいます
You two haven't seen
ど
the
うぞ
inside
遠慮せ
before?
ずにくつろいじゃってください
Follow me and I'll show you around. Relax and enjoy the tour. He issued us passes right away and led us to one of the reliver laboratories. As I looked around in awe, Dahat set down a plate of cookies on top of an important-looking device without a second thought. Thank you for inviting us, but how did you know we were
そ
here?
れはほら正門に設置されてる防犯システムから流れてくる映像にお二人がちらっと映ってたので
I caught a glimpse of you two in the video feed from the security system installed at the main gate. Ah! A strange panel of light appeared with a snap into Dahat's fingers and displayed the scene outside the facility. That's amazing. It's like magic. Was everything here created through science and technology?
ふっふんもちろんです研究所の端から端ま
Am
で
I okay? Of course, everything you see inside this room
所長こと神に愛された天才シアン・ブロフィワーズさんが
was
自らの手で
created
生み出した技術ですとも
by the director loved by God, the genius Sheen Brofis.
けどあいにくそのシアンさんは長らく不在でして戻ってきてればお二人にも紹介できたんですけどね
But unfortunately, Sheen's been out for some time now. If he were around, I would be happy to introduce you. Dun dun. The halt, oversized white lab coat swayed as his shoulders slumped. He looked so young when we met him at the hospital, but now, seeing him in a lab coat manipulating unknown technology with ease was a sight to behold. It was more than enough proof that he was a respected scientist with the power to control life itself. He went on to explain what a server was and how relivers were created, as well as other processes involved as he showed us around. My brain so badly wanted to say severe instead of server, which is why I paused.
それでお二人と
Like, no.
も一体何をしにこの研究所へ
Now then, what brought you to the Institute anyways?
ただの散歩だとさっき説明しただろ
Just taking a walk like we said earlier.
あはは嫌ですね
Oh, please.
まるで泥棒みたいに研究所の周囲をこそこそ回るのが一般的なお散歩なんですか
You call that taking a walk, sneaking around like a pair of burglars? He snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, images surrounded us on all sides. Each of them showed Adolphe and me looking around the institute and staring up at the castle. He was watching the whole time? We obviously weren't vigilant enough since we didn't expect such a surveillance system even existed. Shaking my head. Dun dun dun. Adolphe's eyes went sharp. He then moved in front of me to protect me from the young, smiling man. But the hot didn't budge a bit, even with Adolphe glaring at him.
そう警戒しないでくださいってばナディアの大事なお友達を捕まえたりしませんよ
Y'all should have saw that coming. How? They don't know what technology like this is. The best they got is a transmitter. Remember, we're fools in this reality. No need to be alarmed. I would never arrest Nadia's friends, you know?
この研究所に忍び込もうだなんて大胆なことを考える人久しぶりに見たので理由が気になっただけです
It's been a while since I've seen someone bold enough to break into the Institute. I was just curious as to why.
お二人の性格や立場を考えるにここの研究成果が欲しいわけではないですよね
Ooh, how are you so good at that, Dahat? I assumed that based on how you are and what you're like, you're not after our research, right? Well, the Hot did say he wouldn't arrest us, but he was still the deputy director. Hit B instead of A. All it would take was one call to the guards to have us detained as criminals.
これは下手にごまかす方が危険だな。
Trying to hide it will just make matters worse. Adolphe gave a sigh of compliance, then slowly lowered his hand from his sword hilt. I agreed with what he said. Based on our conversation from earlier, Tahat could even be the help we needed. Adolphe, Tahat knew we had no chance of breaking in. Despite being a reliver himself, he became friends with a young girl who was trying to live and die like a normal human being. If we can't lie, then maybe we should tell him everything.
奇遇だな。俺もちょうどそう思っていた。
What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. We wanted to entrust our hopes with him. Yeah, tell him. So I know death, sort of. We wanted to find a way to get rid of death's curse so that people could live full lives. In order to do that, we needed to somehow find a way into the castle to gather clues to lead the way. We omitted Ankou's existence from our explanation since his scientific nature would likely result in the guards arresting us. Tahat listened through thoughtfully to our reasoning as he munched on some cookies we had next to him.
Huh? いいですよ。別に
Sure,
協力しても。
why not? I can help you.
は？
Huh? You responded so casually that we couldn't believe our ears for a second. Are you really sure?
いや、勘違いしてる人が多いんですが、もともとこの研究所って呪いの正体を暴くためにシアンさんが設立したものなんです。
Well, a lot of people misunderstand us here. Originally, the institute was established by Sheen to uncover the truth behind the curse.
けど手がかり一つつかめないものですから、いつの間にか研究内容は呪いを暴くから耐えるに変わってしまって。
We couldn't find anything, so we started shifting our efforts from understanding the curse to surviving it. By surviving, do you mean how like you guys are trying to create stronger relivers? The Hot nodded in response.
他にも結構呪いを解こうとする人たちはいたんですよ。
You know, we're not the only ones to ever try to lift the curse.
初代教祖さんが呪いの解明のために設立したエクソシスト教団も彼女が亡くなってから反リライバーに傾倒してしまったし。
As a reminder, our mother had to go into hiding. She didn't die, but they had to fake her death because the royal family was after her. This could still be Mama. The Society of Exorcists was also established for the same reason, but after the founder's death, they became an anti-reliver cult.
あとは数十年前にいた女王様が呪いの解明に尽力していたとか聞きましたけど、すでに亡くなっているとか。
I also heard the queen was dedicated to fighting the curse decades ago, but she's already passed away. Everyone who had tried to face death had nothing to show for it. The exception was the institute whose research efforts branched off from its initial mission.
まあ要するに呪いに屈しつつあるんです。僕たちも国民も今の王家も。
Long story short, we're failing miserably against the curse. That applies to us, the people at large, and the royal family.
シアンさんはまだ戦う意志があるかもですが、たった一人ではどうにも。
Shane's still willing to fight it, but there's only so much he can do by himself. Tahat gave a shrug.
本来の目的のことを考えると、皆さんに協力するのは研究者として何もおかしいことじゃないんです。
So I don't see anything wrong with helping you considering it was our original mission as researchers.
だとしても即決りすぎだ。お前にも立場ってもんがあるだろう。
It still seems like a quick decision. Aren't you concerned about your position here? He's right. If someone finds out you're helping us, who knows what kind of punishment you would...
お気遣いどうもです。でも、本当に呪いが解けるのなら、 どんな処分もどんとこいですよ。
No worries at all. If the curse can really be lifted, I'm willing to accept any punishment.
とはいえ僕も、お二人のお手伝いをするだけで、呪いが打破できるとは思ってません。
That said, I don't think you'll be able to get rid of the curse even with my help.
そんな簡単な問題なら、シアンさんがとっくに解決しているはずですから。
If it were that simple, Sheen would have figured it out ages ago. Then why are you going to help us?
純粋なる知的好奇心ですかね。ずーっとメモリーの研究ばかりで、呪いに関してはノータッチでしたから。
Call it pure intellectual curiosity. I've been researching memories all this time and haven't even touched the curse.
それと、ナディアと出会ったせいか、ちょっと呪いに対する価値観が変わってしまって。
You met Nadia 3 days ago. Calm down. Besides, I've been seeing the curse in a new light ever since I met Nadia.
少しでも状況がいい方向に動くなら、協力します。その代わり、今後も依頼抜きで、ナディアと仲良くしてあげてほしいです。
So I'll help you if it means things can improve. In return, I ask that you stay friends with Nadia even without a work order. Of course. It was a lot of fun chatting with her today. Once the curse is gone, I'd love to become real friends with her.
素敵な
We
目
should be
標
friends
で
with
す
her
ね。
now. What the heck?
で、確かお城の書庫へと入りたいんでしたっけ？
That's a great idea. So you guys want to access the castle archive, right?
ああ、まずはそこで呪いの歴史についてたどりたい。
Yeah, we want to see if there's anything there about the history of the curse. The Hawk quickly waved his hand over a screen in response. I had no idea what he was doing, but it looked like he was using the screen as some kind of schedule planner.
では、僕が侵入する方法を考えておきますので、そうですね。2日後を目安に、そちらでも準備をしておいてください。
I'll think of a way to get you there, so let's see. Why don't we meet up again 2 days from now?
わかった。協力感謝する。
Got it. We appreciate the help.
だが、万が一にも何かあった時は、迷わず俺たちを切り捨てろよ。
But if something goes wrong, just go ahead and say you don't know us.
わかりました。でも僕のことよりも、自分のことを心配した方がいいのでは？
Got it. I appreciate your concern, but I think you should worry more about yourself.
見たところアドルフさんも、かなり寿命が近いようですし。
From the looks of it, your life should be ending soon.
大事な妹さんを置いていく前に、呪いが解けたらいいですね。
I hope you can somehow break the curse before you leave your little sister behind.
そうだな。
Yeah, that's right. I'm really scared about that, he said, winking. After Dahat said he would assist us, we both headed back to Adolphe's house. Are you sure about this, Adolphe? I still couldn't imagine that we were going to be sneaking into that large castle 2 days from now. Still, I'm just being selfish and wanting to lift the curse. It would probably be better if I stayed home. I didn't want to drag Adolphe into my mess, but he looked me straight in the
こ
eyes.
こまで来たらとことん付き合う。お前の望みは、俺の望みでもあるからな。
You've come this far, so I'll stay with you until the end. Your wish is my wish too, you know. We stopped near a water wave reflecting the stars, and Adolphe looked up at me with clear eyes.
だが、今さら遅すぎるな。俺はもっと早く、
I
お
admit
前
I
と共に
acted too late.
この願いを抱くべきだった。
I should have helped grant this wish for you sooner. Like when? You've known me since you were 13.
でははっきり言わせてもらおう。彼女が人々の死を招くことに絶望していると知っていたくせに、
You understand the
守るだけ
despair,
の騎士役で満足し、現状を変えようともし
but you're
ない
content
役
doing
立
nothing
つ
to
彼女
change.
の守護者を気取るとは。
A useless
笠
man.
払いた。
You're a useless man.
アンクーにそう言われたとき、心底腹が立つと同時に、
I was mad as hell when Ankou said that to me, but at the same time,
その全てが正論だと気づいて、自分自身を殴ってやりたい衝動に駆られた。
I wanted to punch myself when I realized everything he said was true.
本当にお前のことを思うなら、お前が死神じゃない証拠を探し、徹底的に否定してやればよかったんだ。
If I really cared about you, I should have done more to defend you, to prove your innocence against unfair accusations. But you always protected me, Adolphe.
しただけだ。それ以外のことは何もしてない。
That's just it. I didn't do anything beyond
お
that.
前は死神じゃない。俺の妹だと。
I saw you as my sister and not death. That's
そ
not
んな綺
true.
麗事を口にするだけで、お前につきまとう不幸そのものを振り払おうとしなかった。
I thought it would be enough to say that. I didn't take my real actions to address the source of your misery. I didn't take any. My bad.
そうだ。きっと、お前のせいだ。
That's right. I bet it's all your fault.
本来なら俺は今ここで死ぬはずだったんだ。
I was supposed to die here and now.
なのに、お前のような死神が現れたから、俺の運命が狂ったんだ。
Then death appeared. You're the one who messed up my fate. Am I your not oxymoron?
かつて、他でもない
Opposite,
俺
but
自
there's a
身、
different word I was going to
お前
use.
を死神と罵ったくせにな。
Pathetic, considering I was the very person who denounced you and called you death.
白々しいにも程がある。
I really am a piece of work. Adolphe chuckled scornfully. That only happened once. You weren't your usual self then either.
どんな理由があろうと、お前を非人間扱いした罪が消えてなくなることはない。
Yes, you is. Use a piece of work. Regardless, it doesn't negate the fact that I'm guilty of dehumanizing you like that. I could see the pain in Adolphe's expression. For some reason, it didn't make me sad, but it was trying to protect me away for you to atone for that day. Or is it just because you're older than me? I felt a little angry.
それは。
What? No, right? Adolphe, you're not the type to treat people nicely for no reason. In order to stop Adolphe from blaming himself, I took his right hand and held it. Let's see, where should I start? If I really wanted to change the situation I was in, then I should have been the one to take action. But I made the choice to do nothing. All I did was act like a victim. But you didn't do anything wrong, Adolphe. On the contrary, you're the reason I want to live.
希望？
The reason? Yes. Adolphe, you know that I have a tendency to think of the worst, to feel powerless to do anything. But there's one thing I'm confident about. Just like when we were little, I held his hand with both of mine, noticing how much it had grown. It's what you have always it's that you've always cared for me from the bottom of your heart. I had hated myself nearly all my life, so I knew this wasn't my own ego telling me lies about Adolphe's feelings. I could feel his hand shaking. You're strong and kind, and you saw me as a precious member of your family. That makes me happier than anything. I've thought about killing myself so many times, but I could never do it because I didn't want to sadden you or Mother. You're the very person who kept me here in this world until that night when I finally decided to end my life in the Lycris field. Poetically, I might add. So please, don't say anything bad about the brother I'm so proud of. Don't treat yourself like this. I somehow mustered the strength to express my honest feelings through my embarrassment.
やめろ。違う。
For just a second, I thought he was laughing, and I was like, that's not appropriate. Stop. You're wrong.
お前にそんなことを言われる資格はない。
Doesn't his eye shape look like Ankou's? I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm still not over it. I don't deserve you. I don't deserve for you to say that to me. He looked at me with pain in his eyes. Adolphe? Adolphe slowly removed his hand from mine and took a step back.
俺は
Lee,
出会った時からずっとお前をひどい嘘で騙し続けてる。
I've been lying to you all these years, ever since we met.
お前を救おうとしなかったのはきっとその嘘を隠し通すための自己保身が働いてたからで。
The only reason I didn't try to save you was that I was working to hide the truth from you for my own sake. Hiding the truth for your own sake? Adolphe's eyes shook with
お
anxiety.
前は俺の命を守るために呪いに挑むとそう言っていたな。
You said you wanted to fight the curse to keep me alive, right?
だが本当は
But the truth is, Adpole, get to the point.
お前がそんなことをする必要なんて
You don't need to do
な
that.
い。
Huh? Where'd that wave come from? I had no idea why he said such a thing. Why would I not fight the curse? Adolphe's life was going to end soon. What are you talking about? It can't just be that you've decided to become a reliver after all. Adolphe quietly responded by shaking his head at my confused question.
悪い。今はこれ以上話せない。
He can't get to the point. He just said that. Sorry, I can't get into the details right now. Excuse me, it's because you asked for it. You tried to rush him. Now he doesn't want to talk. I hope you're happy. Okay, hear me out. The fuck? Ah, look, they can see you again. On this backdrop, looks gorgeous, by the way. What was it he just said? I got too distracted by you. I'm not trying to skip. I'm trying to go up. So, if he is from a different land, that means he's not cursed. I will jump in this game and hurt him. Good luck. Then he's not going to die, which is why he's trying to keep it a secret, because he'll turn 23. He's going to be as old as the Drifter. Can't go into the details right now.
だが俺のついている嘘はお前への最低な裏切りも同然だ。
My deception is no different from betraying you, like Lucas before me.
教えたらきっとお前を失望させることになる。
I know you'll be disappointed in me as soon as I tell you the truth. He went on to say that he was too scared to see what would happen. Adolphe mumbled with remorse and an expression full of guilt. I've never seen Adolphe in so much pain before. I caused this pain, and now I'm depressed again. I couldn't even guess what Adolphe had been lying to me about. If it was making him suffer, I wanted him to tell me everything. He had been supporting me all this time, so now it was my turn to support him. No matter what, he was my dear brother, and nothing would ever change that. Before I could tell him so.
いいか、お前はこんな裏切り者のことなんて構わず。
He did an Uno reverse on me. Now he's being sad and depressing. Listen carefully. I don't want you to care about a liar like me.
あくま
Boy.
で自分自身の幸福のために呪いを解くことを考えろ。
Just focus on your thoughts of getting rid of the curse for your own happiness.
俺はお前が23の時を超え、普通の女として幸せになる姿を見れれば。
If I can see you live a happy life beyond 23s, that's all that matters. With that, Adolphe turned his back to me and began walking. Still sensing his sadness, I followed a few steps behind him. I wanted to call out his name, but he silenced me. I just couldn't. I had known him long enough to understand that he didn't want to be spoken to right now. even if he didn't say so in words. Why did he tell me all this? I was finally able to tell him that I wanted him to be by my side. Maybe he didn't understand how I felt. That couldn't be it. I was sure Adolphe understood my feelings well enough. I then came to the realization that no matter what my feelings were, he decided that he wasn't needed in my life. He decided that. She's like having a moment. She's like, he just said, I don't need him anymore. What an asshole. Oh no, she said it in a sad voice. My bad. Later. While waiting for Tahat to contact us, we began preparing for what we would do once we got into the castle. Adolphe adjusted his corpse schedule to ensure his shifts wouldn't be overlapping with the mission. I went to see Mother to let her know I was fine, hoping that would keep her from making any surprise visits to Adolphe's house. Adolphe also taught me some basic self-defense, which apparently has never happened in any of the other stories, despite the fact we were straight up fighting a guy who was a serial killer. Just saying it out loud. And went over an escape plan in case things went wrong. Just don't understand that idea. The 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. We were in the laboratory with Tahat and no one else, and were being told the plan on getting inside the castle. The plan he proposed to us was surprisingly simple. He's like, I'm a royal family member, psych. The queen was my mother.
ちょうど今夜、僕は不在のシアンさんに代わり、王族の皆さんに呼び出されてます。
Since Sheen's not around, the royal family asked me to see them
な
tonight.
のでお二人には、僕の部下を装って、堂々と真正面からお城に入ってもらいます。ゲートを抜けるための許可証も僕が用意しましょう。
So you two will act as my subordinates and enter the castle with me, and I'll get the passes ready for you to pass the checkpoint.
ただし、王族との謁見は僕だけに限られるでしょうから、そこで別れ、別行動を取りましょう。
But since I'm only authorized to see the royal family, you'll have to part ways there, and the rest is up to you.
万が一途中で誰かに見つかっても、新人だから道に迷ったってギリギリごまかせるかもしれませんからね。
I don't think it should be that simple, if I'm being real with you, Tahat. If someone happens to find you wandering around the castle, tell them that you're new hires and that should do the trick. No. The extravagant castle where the royal family lived was connected to the Institute. It was where an ancient bloodline lived along with the technology of the future. Imagine if we knew someone from this ancient bloodline. Nah. I was gonna say, what if it's Adolphe? But no. The corridor connected the two structures was heavily guarded with both the Institute's guards and the Royal Guard. The impossible break-in was accomplished with a couple of lab coats and a pair of passes from Tahat. We finally took a step inside the castle when Simon, that monster. Well, if it isn't Tahat, how kind of you to accept my invitation to meet so late. Not Simon. What? You say that like Simon murdered our mother and burned down our orphanage. You forgot he existed? You just were talking about how you wanted the royal family to die. Far different from the director Sheen, who was irresponsible enough to leave the institute unattended. Thanks. A man wearing lavish clothes appeared to greet Tahat at the entrance. I don't need to remember the royal family names. Keep in mind, Simon, one of the only names I can say in this game without feeling worried. Would have loved someone to be named Simon. Now then, about what we discussed, have you considered it further? I believe it's in our best interest.
それはまたおいおいで。 こんな場所でおしゃべりする内容じゃありませんし。
Maybe we can discuss it later. It's not something we should be chatting about out in the open. The man who appeared to be a member of the royal family apparently didn't notice us since we were busy praising Dahat. He was busy praising Dahat. Jean, Camille, you can say their names. I'm still saying Jean wrong, right? It's supposed to be Sheen. Like Jean? Like, oh god. I can't even say it right. I know I'm saying it wrong. Camille. I can say Camille, but guess what? They didn't say Camille's name a lot because Camille was pretending to be Jean the whole time. Dahat, I'm saying that wrong. Like Sheen, I think I'm saying Sheen okay. I say Jean the same way, but see, it's not right. And I know it isn't. I just know better than to correct myself saying it. I'm like, I'm gonna say this wrong. Ugh, the pain is real. Witnessing those obvious attempts at flattery made Adolphe's eyes grow colder by the second. Dahat and the man continued speaking as we quietly followed behind until we arrived at a large passage leading to the audience room. I said adpole wrong on purpose. I never thought you would say adpole incorrectly on purpose. I know I have to say his name very carefully every time I say it because I'm always afraid I'm going to say it wrong. We arrived at a large passage. Both corridors, left and right, paused at dimly lit corners, the path beyond them uncertain. Just then, Dahat straightened up his lab coat with slightly exaggerated motions. Oh no, my little dragon. Adopt is a doll. It's still spelt wrong. Adopohele to me. He was telling us to go. Not very subtly, I might add. It's pretty obvious. He pointed his thumb at the right as he fixed his collar. He's like, that way. Gosh, there's something in my jacket. The two of us looked at each other, then quietly backed away towards the right corridors that he knew we understood. After making sure the coast was clear, we proceeded quietly down the corridor.
噂には聞いていたが、王族がそこまで情けないとはな。
I heard rumors, but I never knew the royal family was so pathetic. I had to agree with Adolphe's criticism.
まったくだ。同じ王族でも彼女王とは大違いだね。
Indeed, hard to believe they could be so unlike the queen.
仮に呪いが解けたとして、国の舵取りたる王族があれでは、アルペシェールの未来は絶望的だ。
Look, Ankou agrees with you and Mama. Even if the curse is lifted, Arpachel's future is doomed if the royal family remains at the helm. Damn. Isn't that a little harsh? Wait. Ankou? I assumed he was with them the whole time. I didn't even think about it. When did you... I somehow kept myself from shouting when he appeared to my left with a smile.
お前、今回も家で待っているんじゃなかったのか?
Game. If the royal family survives. I swear. You'll become my third favorite Atomi game. I thought you were going to stay home as usual.
欲望と思惑あふれる福間殿にか弱い姫君を一人送るはずがないだろう?
They left him and now he's here. I assumed it was going to be like, oh goodness, hang on. I watched this movie so many times when I was a young warthog. Drop Dead Fred. That is a very old movie. And if you haven't seen it, which most people haven't, there's a girl who has an imaginary friend and his name is Drop Dead Fred. And he always pops up at the most opportune times. She has visual hallucinations of him, but he's always like there, and they'll show scenes where he is there and scenes where he's not actually there because he's not. Ankou, I thought Ankou was going to be like that, where he's just fading in and out next to her the whole time because he can do that. He's cool. I would never leave my dear princess defenseless in a castle full of greed and evil. Kind of reminds me of Beyond Two Souls, the game. except hilarious. It's a comedy. So just keep that in mind. It sounds like a very serious story, but he'll show up and he'll be like making faces in the background, like, and like trying to be super distracting. And no one else sees him but her. A vein appeared on Adolphe's temple at the insinuation that he was of no use. Adolphe glared at Ankou in the same manner I had grown accustomed to. They both love me. This is it called a trouble? Hang on, I can't remember the name. That night, Adolphe looked serious when he told me that he was lying to me, and we walked the rest of the way in silence. I spent the whole night wondering what I should say or how I should approach him, but the next day he simply said good morning as usual with a hint of a smile. I felt as though he was trying to tell me to forget about what happened that night, as most abusers would do. Since I wasn't sure what to say, I decided to interact with him in the same way as always. I was glad things were fine between us, but I also felt a little sad that he didn't tell me the secret he had been keeping. As I thought about the many things that had happened, we finally neared the library. This is the same hallway. We kept conversation to a minimum, navigating the layout with a map that Dahat drew for us. Oh, hi. We found a member of the royal guard in front of the entrance with a weapon in hand. That must be it. The soldier, I almost got excited for her outfit, and I remember she wore this on Sheen's route. The soldiers was there to protect whatever was inside, but judging by his bored yawn, it seemed intruders were rare. As planned, I hid in the shadows behind one of the pillars. Now! I tossed a small rock that I picked up outside into the middle of the hall. Is this Yomawari? Oh my goodness. What's that? I heard the small sound. The soldier came towards us to investigate. He bent down to pick up the small stone that caused the sound. In the next moment, two shadows came down upon the shoulder. Adolphe and Ankou quickly restrained him and dragged him behind a pillar. Ankou pinned the man down while Adolphe choked him until he fell unconscious. I don't think telling someone, oh, sorry, I got lost after doing that is going to win. Adolphe and Ankou then bound and gagged the soldier before tossing him into another room. She returned, and in Adolphe's hand was a small key to open the door to the archive. Why would this soldier, who's there to stop people from going inside, actually have that key on him?
待たせたな。
Sorry for the
これ
wait.
で心置きなく書庫の中を調べることができるはずだ。
Now we should be able to search without any interference. I see. Thank you. Their perfect cooperation while working together was a little scary. How dangerous. Oh, hey, we got a hallway. We got a library. Look at the stained glass window. It looks like scissors at the bottom, though. But fancy scissors. And the top of it and the stained glass kind of gives me the Wednesday room scene. All right, how do these books look? When do they start repeating? Huh. It looks like all of the books are slightly different. That's super cool. Adolphe unlocked the old door and we all pushed it open. The moment we stepped inside, we were greeted by the unique smell of old books and paper. It's beautiful. So these are the royal family archives. Let's let out the books. Look at all these books. I kept trying. I don't know why. In my brain, she was going to say they're all books. Perhaps feeling burdened by the lab coat, Adolphe took his off before looking around the room, and I did the same.
これは呪いの情報を探すにも苦労しそうだ。
Alright, how do these libraries, like, organize? This is a lot of books. It'll be quite the chore to find information specific to the
時間が
curse.
ない。手分けして探すぞ。俺とアンクーは歴史書を探る。お前は歴代の王族の手記を当たってくれ。
We don't have time, so let's split up. Ankou and I will look for history books, so you look for the royal family diaries. Right, got it. It's just a normal library. What a plot twist. With that, we each began searching through the collection of books. The diaries contained details about the extravagant lives of the royal family. I was left speechless just reading them. They felt envy and hatred towards Sheen, who was revered by the people and wielded substantial power throughout Arpachel. I can do this. I'll say that again. They felt envy and hatred towards Sheen, who was revered by the people and wielded substantial power throughout Arpachel. They expressed hatred towards the Noriji family for protecting the Lycris and detailed schemes they plotted against them. Why? The Noriji family. I've never heard of them before, but isn't Eve's family guarding the Lycrises? The diaries blamed the family guarding misfortune for stealing land that should belong to the royals. Sheen saved this country, and Eve's family glue Lycrises to protect this country from the curse, and for them to be so despised. I slowly closed the diary I was reading after feeling sickened by the detailed information about their planned assassinations.
姫君、調子はいかがかな?
Dear Princess, how are things with you? How fast can you read, Ankou? Out of nowhere, he poked my cheek, making me almost drop the diary. I glanced over and saw Ankou standing so close to me that his shoulder almost touched mine. Please, you have to stop appearing next to me so silently.
すまないね。君の愛らしい横顔を見ていたらつい。
I apologize. I simply could not resist after seeing your cute face.
だが、私に抗議する元気が残っているようで安心したよ。
I must say I'm relieved to know that you still have enough spirit to reprimand me. Huh?
数日前からやや気落ちしているように見えた。あの男と何かあったのかい?
You seem to be feeling down for the past couple of days. Did something happen between you and him, perhaps? My heart suddenly jumped. He had to be talking about Adolphe, who was currently searching through another bookshelf. Ankou, did you read my mind with your powers?
読み取らずともわかるさ。君は考えていることがそのまま顔に出
So
やすい。
mean. No powers are needed to read you. After all, what you think and feel can be easily read through your expressions.
それで、何があったんだい? 私でよければ話を聞くよ。
So what happened? I am more than happy to listen. Tell him what happened. Don't tell him what happened. His voice, it sounded nothing like when we first met, but was instead very gentle and caring, so I decided to tell him what happened. Well, as I continued flipping through the diaries, I confided in him what Adolphe told me 2 nights ago. Go on. Tell me secrets. After hearing me out, Ankou shrugged in response.
嘘か。やれやれ。
Yeah, this is the hair ties that makes it look like his hair's cut at one point and then just extensions at the end. A lie, you say? My oh my.
打ち明ける度胸がないのならいっそ何も言わずに隠し通せばいいもの。
If he does not have the courage to tell you the truth, he should have kept it silent.
心苦しくなってついこぼしてしまった。といったところかな。
He might have felt so suffocated that it came out inadvertently. I shook my head so he wouldn't blame Adolphe. It's not that I'm upset that he's keeping a secret from me. It's just that I'm finding out that I really don't know Adolphe like I thought I did.
わからない?
Don't know. I took a breath and continued. Adolphe sometimes says things in a way that implies he's not a part of my life. Live, be happy. These words should bring me joy, but something was amiss. I want to live with you. I want to be happy with you. Why didn't he ever add himself to the picture? He keeps telling me that I'm family, but then he speaks like some sort of outsider. It's as though he's acting like we live in different worlds, as if we're like from different continents. Like he washed ashore on the beach one day. It's an awful feeling.
部外者か。言えて妙だね。さすがにそのあたりはわきまえているというべきか。
An outsider. I would say that's aptly put. He has chosen a very sensible approach. Huh?
いや、こちらの話だ。すまないが姫君。この件に関して私は何も助言できない。
No, never mind me. I'm so sorry. Dear princess, I'm unable to offer you any words of advice.
何せあの男自身、君にとってどんな役割でありたいのか、未だに心が定まっていないようだからね。
The reason is because he still is not entirely sure what role he wants to play in your life.
故に願望と自制の板挟みで半端な態度をとってしまうのだろうさ。
His desire and sense of self-control forced him to speak to you in such a way. Ooh. To me, Adolphe was a real, genuine brother who didn't need to be connected to me by blood. The fact that Adolphe always referred to me as his sister was what kept me alive all these years. That was the kind of relationship I assumed would continue forever. But did Adolphe see things differently? It was sad to consider that a possibility, but it did explain why he sometimes kept his distance from me.
君はあの男を異性として好いているのかい？
I pressed the button. I did it. I'm back. I stole my brother's sugar cookie. This is the second time you've had cookies. And I don't think anyone's going to bring me cookies this time. Ankou, I like you. He can't hear you. Do you like him as a person of the opposite sex? I wasn't sure how to respond to his straightforward question. Opposite sex. Did I feel that precious fleeting emotion that would be lost when becoming a reliver? Did Adolphe feel that emotion towards me? No. Was that how I felt about Adolphe? I placed my hand on my chest and thought deeply to tap into my emotions. But all I could feel was my anxious heartbeat. My heart wasn't singing a tune of sweet poetic love like one would expect. I know that Adolphe is much more than a foster brother to me. Ooh, that's a weird sentence. But I'm not sure if it's love. It might have to do with seeing him as family for such a long time. But regardless of our relationship, Adolphe is definitely someone special to me.
特別？
Special. The people of this country all die when they reach 23. Even if they opt to revive as relivers, they still lose the precious emotions they may have nurtured until then. It's considered normal in this country, but I finally realized how scary it was when I applied that concept to Adolphe. Oh, oops. I thought it was going to be flashback. I knew very well how twisted our lifespan in this country were, but I blindly believed that the futures of those dear to me would continue forever without any threat of death. I saw them as if they were part of a story. So in that sense, maybe I had been subconsciously hoping that he was special. That night, when Adolphe told me he had no intention of becoming a reliver, imagining a future where he feels the pain of a curse's symptom made my heart feel like it was about to be torn apart. I was sure the feeling that struck me when then was despair. I know this is a horrible thing to say, but the thought of him suffering feels worse than the thought of anyone else suffering. Also, you're in a little baby library. I think he can hear you. It feels so much worse. Back then, I had raised my voice without any concern for the sins I had committed. I shouted that I didn't want him to leave me. I don't know whether this feeling is familial love or romantic love, but I do know Adolphe is someone special, someone I don't want to see leave me behind. That much I know for sure.
か。
I see.
あの男が相手というのは気に食わないが、それが君の絶望に立ち向かう糧となるなら、
I
そ
do
の思い
not
を大事にするといい。
realize he was talking for that long. I do not like the idea that of that man as your partner, but if it helps you fight despair, you should cherish those feelings. I will. Thank you very much, Ankou. I feel much better now that I've talked about it. He left you behind in Sheen's route, and he died in Ease's route like a jerk. Just saying. I have no clue how Adolphe sees me or how he feels about me, but I'll do my best so he can understand that he's someone special in my life. Although I had thanked him for his help, Ankou suddenly looked displeased.
私個人としては、あんな男よりも君の守護者としてふさわしい男が
Personally
他にいる
speaking,
と思うのだ
I
が。
believe there's another who is better suited at being your guardian. He died in Eve's like a jerk. Is it you? I smiled, expecting to see him nod in response like he usually did,
いや、
but
そんな名誉を賜る資格、私はとうの昔に失っている。
I agree with Ankou. I have long lost the right to receive such gracious honor.
死の番人などと名乗っているが、
I call myself the Watchman of Death, and
私はあの男の言う通り、肝心な時に役に立たない男だからね。
as that man has said, I have done nothing but watch on uselessly. His crimson's eyes reflected my shock. He looked somewhat forlorn as he whispered. And I didn't have anything to say about that. I was worried about Ankou's reaction earlier, but I decided to continue reading the diaries because dealing with actual emotions and a story about how emotions are lost to you when you die because you become a reliver at the age of 23 is too much. A few minutes later, we were at a loss, having found no useful information despite the shelves of books around us. But are you actually reading them?
分かってはいたが、量が多すぎてキリがないな。
I knew what we were getting into, but this is endless.
ダハトとの合流を考えると、出直しも検討すべきかもしれねえな。
We need to rejoin Dahat soon, so maybe we should think about coming here again. Yeah, like the security guard's not going to recognize us. Like that guard isn't going to report what happened. Like they're not going to review some footage and or figure out that you were the person here.
姫君、君も少し休憩すべきだ。細かい文字ばかりを見ていたせいで、
I
瞳が
appreciate that.
傷んできただろ。
My eyes do hurt just a little bit. Dear princess, you should take a break. All those small words must be causing strain to your eyes. No, I'm still okay. I just finished checking this shelf, so next I'll trip. Are you gonna trip? Just as I moved a bit deeper into the room to look at another bookshelf. Ah! In front of me was a breathtaking emblem of life. Surprised, I instinctively jumped back and... I'm sorry, what? A few seconds later, the floor in front of me split open to reveal a passage underground. This was surprising. Are these hidden stairs? Do you have royal blood in you?
なんでお前が通りかかった途端に開いたんだ?
Seems like it, but why did it only open up when you got here? I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. I didn't even touch the light that appeared just now. Ankou looked down the stairwell leading to the underground because Ankou knows.
ふむ、いかにも何かあるといった空気だ。
Something obviously lies down there.
この場で優雅に読書を続けたところで得られるものはおそらくなし。思い切って下へと降りてみるかい？
There's likely nothing to be gained by continuing to read up here. Perhaps we should take our chances and venture downstairs. Adolphe and I both nodded quietly at Ankou's suggestion. Also, Ankou, why is he able to help us? I stuck a candle that I brought with me on a candlestick holder and lit it to help us down the stairs. We made our ways down into the depths of the darkness with the utmost care until we finally arrived at a rusty door. Beyond it was an abandoned room in ruins. What is this place?
さっきまでいた書庫と比べるとひどいありさまだね。
Compared to the archive, this room has been horribly maintained. Ankou leisurely picked up one of the books from the floor.
これは。どうやら私たちはとんでもない宝の山を見つけてしまったようだ。
Well, now it seems we've stumbled upon a mountain of treasure.
何が書いてある？
What does it say? I moved the candlestick closer to shed light on the words. It's an age list with the different effects of the curse of death?
こっちの本にも似たようなことが書いてある。協力者としてシアン・ブロフィワーズの名前も載ってるな。
There's something similar in this book too. It even credits Sheen Brophy as a supporter.
どうやらここは呪いの正体を調査するための個人的な研究室のようだ。
Seems this place was a personal laboratory used to investigate the truth behind the curse. It looks like a library. What luck! The information we had been searching for seemed to be in this very room. But I wonder why the room was kept hidden like this. Whoever was researching the curse could have worked with the Institute. As that thought came to mind, I noticed a single book left alone on top of a broken table. It must have been used often. It was showing more wear and tear compared to the other books. Ooh. It's adorable. I like the little charm. It was so worn that I thought it would fall apart if it slipped out of my hand. I looked carefully to see that the author of the diary had their name written inside. Christina Revinpour. Is that the queen? The name Revinpour meant that this person was a member of the royal family. I had never heard of her name before. I carefully turned the worn page. Hatred. The queen Ankou said was a supporter of getting rid of the curse. And she died a long time ago, and Ankou said that everything sucks since she died. Hate. Hate, 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 hate. I hate death, who cursed this land and continues to send the souls of our people into Hades. But the true sinner, who should be hated, are the ones who turn their backs on the people for their own good, using the curse and the god fighting it to fatten their bellies. The true sinners are the Arpachel royal family. One day I will deliver justice to those evildoers who are connected to me only by blood. This could also be Mama. I felt her powerful emotion from the fading words. It just ends with hate. Hate, 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 hate. Hearing me gasp, Adolphe and Ankou peeked into the diary from both sides. My name. We literally said mother at the same time. We're just on the same wavelength. See, I just can't say the words right. My name is Christina Revinpour. When my brother, the previous king, passed away, I succeeded the throne at 18, becoming the reigning queen of Arpachel. I am also a woman who detests the curse of death more than anyone in this country. A nation is built by its people. A king should not subjugate them. A king must appreciate their labor and show his gratitude by being their guardian. I wed my husband when I was 19 and governing according to my cousin's teachings. The royal family only thought of themselves and sought to fulfill their greed with him, but he was different. What I was saying. Look! It's a queen in a king chair, lights, lots of fabric, and another stained glass. The stained glass looks like Noah's Ark, though, so I'm not sure what's happening. The curse of death led people to die at 23. The only way to escape from it through reliver technology, the miracle created by the god Sheen Brophy. His technology was vastly innovative and already established when I succeeded the throne, but my brother was already abusing reliver technology for his own gain, along with the rest of my family. They offered support to the Institute so that they could wield control over people's lives. They oppressed everyone apart from the researchers into doing their bidding. They threatened to take away their reliver rights. They did every detestable thing imaginable, provided it was just short of offending Sheen Brophy. They enacted punitive tax rates and demanded extortionate fees to become relivers under the guise of supporting the Institute. The heavy tax created the slums, and despite witnessing the poverty and hunger, they continued to indulge in luxury. But the worst they had done is unthinkable. They began killing the homeless and those without families so the bodies could be used for research, something Sheen did not desire. In the end, those murders were in vain, as Sheen scoffed at the meaningless sacrifices laid at his feet, not wanting any part of it. 3 years after taking the throne, I took action out of concern for the situation. I rewrote the laws related to relivers and gave jobs to the impoverished who were in danger of having no future apart from death. We cannot fully depend on this technology. As long as the reliver's manufacturing process is limited, there will always be lives left behind. Therefore, in order to save the people, it is the royal family's duty to take immediate action to investigate the curse of death. I issued the statement to my own family. Those who had become disgusted with the royal family's greed came to my side, as well as those who showed loyalty to the crown. But apart from my husband, none of my family supported my ideals. In fact, they began their efforts to stop me from uncovering the truth behind the curse. Sheen was left to do his research freely, so why did they not grant me the same courtesy? Sensing something ominous, I conducted a secret investigation and discovered the books and diaries hidden in this chamber. Hundreds of years ago, when this country was born, before contact was severed with the outside world, we were cursed by death. When a great war occurred that engulfed the entire world. When I brought to light what I had discovered, my family of my own blood sent assassins to see to my death. Fortunately, I was able to escape with only a scar on my face, which disappeared when I became a reliver to buy time for my research. Is the royal family trying to stop me because they already know the source of the curse? As these doubts lingered in my mind, they continue to pursue me still. I plan on making my escape through the underground passage to meet my supporter at the Lycris field, but my odds of survival are 50-50. I will do what I can to escape, but if they succeed in killing me, they will likely also erase my backup at the Institute, dooming me to death from which I will never again revive. I will accept that heaven has forsaken me and admit defeat. My only regret is losing the precious jewel born to me and my husband when I was 20. When my husband was still alive. Mama had lost a baby. A son. If this is accurate and it's 4 letters, it's not Dahat. Dahat is 5 letters. But Eve's is 4 letters. Matthys, Camille. Yeah, only Eve's. Adolphe? Is it Adolphe? Was I right? Wait, he would still be a reliver. He would still need to be a reliver. He wouldn't be able to survive. My uncle and his daughter will likely assassinate him to clear the way to the throne they had desired for so long. I hope that you will survive. The diary ended with a mother wishing for her son's life to be spared. That could still be Mama. The royal family might be involved in the curse of death. A chill ran down my spine as the possibility could bring ruin to the entire country. Christina Revenpour. I've never heard of her. Have either of you?
いや、俺も初めて聞いた。
I've never heard that name before.
同じくと言いたいところだが、当時噂程度ならば聞いていた。
I do not know her personally, though I have heard rumors.
噂には聞いていたが、王族があそこまで情けないとはな。
I heard rumors, but I never knew the royal family was so pathetic.
全くだ。同じ王族でも彼女王とは大違いだね。
Indeed, hard to believe they could be so unlike the queen.
ほら、私がそれとなく告げただろう。王族の中で珍しく全盛を敷く女王がいたと。
Do you remember when I mentioned the queen? She had a remarkably good soul despite the family she was born
確
into.
かリライバーに関する法律、誓約書などのルールを定めたのも彼女ではなかったかな。
It appears she was the one who wrote the laws and rules for relivers, such as the pledge to be signed.
そういえばダハトもこの女王らしい存在についてほのめか
Come
してい
to
たな。
think of it, Dahat said something about the queen too. Christine Revipour, I am not saying that right. A queen who once ruled over Arpachel. She worked to create laws for the reliver technology such as signing pledges for the benefit of the people. She was killed by the royal family for trying to discover the truth behind the curse of death. Too bad queen is gone, the only good person in the royal family. Well, she's gone now, and you want to, I don't know, completely eradicate the entire family. It sounds like the only option you got. The only good one's gone. What have we heard about someone as important as the queen? She wasn't in any of our lessons.
存在自体は知られていたのだろうさ。
She did exist, that is for certain.
だが即位した期間が短い上、時代の王が彼女の功績を台無しにしたことで印象が薄くなったのだろう。
Her reign was short, and all the good she did was undone by the next king, so her legacy has fallen into obscurity. Wanting to know more about this queen, I opened a history book next to me. Christine, found it! She withdrew from public eye after a horrible wound to her face, and no portraits of her were left behind. Conveniently, we do not know what this queen looks like with her violet eyes and long black hair. It also says she fell ill from a plague that struck during her later years and passed away with her son, the heir, apparently.
実際のところは手記通り、呪いの解明に反対していた連中に親子ともども暗殺されたんだろうな。
From the sounds of things, I'm guessing they were killed by those who were against uncovering the truth behind the curse. That's horrible. I could bring myself to say much more. I was only trying my best to find a way to get rid of the curse so that someone dear to me could live a normal life. But in doing so, I had stepped into a path with unfathomable darkness ahead. The curse of death, or human evil, which was really to blame for the suffering of this country. Two things can be true. Chapter 3, look, we got to this third chapter in only 2.5 hours. It's doing it.
これはかつてある教団を治めていた愚かな女教祖の話。
This is the story of a foolish woman who became the founder of a certain order. There's her
彼女
book.
は女神のようだと誰かが言った。
She referred to herself as a goddess, and if it's Mama, she is a goddess.
高貴かつ聡明。素顔をベールで隠してもなお信徒を魅了する美しさ。
She was graceful and intelligent, captivating her followers with beauty that could not be hidden by the veil covering her face.
ではなぜその女教祖は愚かだと断じられたのか。
So why was the female minister known as a fool? I already sleepy. I'm going to try to keep my eyes open, but this plot kind of like bedtime story right now. Listen, we can't always be in a field of licorice flowers holding the charred remains of the person we're in love with. It's not always how it goes. Sometimes you're a mystery solver and you are actually just trying to adjust yourself without I don't know, being quiet. You're just a mystery solver and you have to find all the clues. What did I knock on the floor? Did I knock him on the floor again? Okay, it's me. I knocked the dragon on the floor this time. Oof. There we go. My legs are crossed now. I feel much better. But yeah, sometimes you're just solving mysteries. It takes some time. You can't know who the killer is in the first act. So why was this female minister known as the fool?
理由は単純。人を見る目がなかったからだ。
But were her eyes purple? The reason is simple. Her eyes did not see the people for who they were.
いとも簡単に裏切られ、女はまたかと波に飲まれてつぶやいた。
She was easily fooled and betrayed and muttered again before being swallowed by the waves. After reading the diary containing the curse and regret of the late queen, we put our lab coats on again and rejoined Ahat, who had just finished his meeting. In the end, we were all about to leave the castle unscathed. We found out about Lucas in the common room. That was Act 1. Okay, but I'm in the first act of this story. If there's 6 chapters, we're just now in chapter 3, which would be Act 2. I make perfect sense. And Lucas was obvious. He had the same body pose. That's pretty much it. That's all I got. He had the same body pose, and I was like, it's Lucas. I did it. If we stayed at the Institute, there was a chance that the Royal Guard would come after us, so we ended up returning to Adolphe's house, where we decided to share the information we found with Tahat. Queen Christine succeeded the throne after Reliver technology was developed, which was around 60 years ago.
クリスティーヌ女王を暗殺したのは今即位している彼女の叔父とその娘だろうな。
Sounds like Queen Christine was assassinated by the current king and his daughter.
しかも彼女の功績を丸ごと奪う形でだ。この事実が公になれば民からの反発は免れないだろう。
They took credit for everything she had done too. I bet there'll be a coup d'etat the moment this goes public. Are we even on a route? Yeah, we're on a route. This route is called Adolphe and Ankou. La Salut, which means the end. And also, hi. I think it was hi and bye. They took credit for everything she had done too. I hate this game. Don't need. It's okay. It's just a shared route. I told you, it's a truple. I think that's the right word. Unlike other countries, the population of Arpachel was quite small, 3,000 to be about. Even if they did use reviver rights to force the people to listen, it would only go so far. I wouldn't be surprised if the people chose Sheen as their savior and had him lead the revolution to bring down the royal family. But if the royal family found out that I knew about the assassination and their involvement of the curse, oh wait, that would totally make sense as to why Mom doesn't like going to the Institute, because she is the previous queen. And the Institute and the royal palace are attached. The plot is thickening. But if the royal family found out that we knew about the assassinations and their involvement in the curse, they'd probably use every means at their disposal to get rid of us. We needed to keep ourselves well hidden. Tahat, you were alive around then, right? Do you know anything about what she was investigating?
僕当時生身の5歳児だったんですよ。さすがに覚えてないですけど、暗殺に関しては特に驚くことでもないですね。
Are you Mama's son? I need to know. I was only 5 years old back then, you know? Can't say I remember much, but I'm not surprised about the assassination bit.
なぜだ
Why is that?
あの人たち、今もシアンさんに暗殺者とか普通に差し向けてきますし。
Well, those folks are still sending assassins to Sheen even now. Huh? Wait a minute. Is he alright?
ああ、ご心配なく。毎回本人が弱みを握った上で返り討ちにしてるんで。
No worries. He's always using their weaknesses to turn the tables and have this his revenge. I hadn't met Sheen before, but I could tell that he was strong both physically and mentally. Have you seen him? And if wanting to change the subject, Tahat looked at Ankou standing quietly in the corner of the room.
あの人、どちら様ですか？さっきからすっごい僕の方を見てきて怖いんですけど。
So anyone gonna tell me who he is? He's been staring at me and I'm starting to get scared.
幽霊のようなもんだ。気にすんな。
He's like a ghost. Don't let him bother you.
そんな無茶な。本物の死神だってあんなにすごい存在感はないと思いますよ。
That's not helping. I doubt even death would have as strong a presence. Ankou's usual carefree demeanor was completely absent. He didn't refute Adolphe's remark and continued to stare at Tahat without saying anything, even if I started to feel uneasy from the intensity of his eyes. I wondered if the young relivers are rare to him. And I thought about why Tahat cleared his throat so that he could continue the topic at hand.
まあ、ともあれ、王族が呪いに関わっているかもってことは。
Well, in any case, the fact that the royal family may be involved in this curse proves one thing.
呪いには人間が関与できる明確な原因があるって証明になりますよね。
There's definitely a reason why humans here are connected to the curse.
シアンさんの言葉を借りるなら、この世を滑るのは神などではなく、人間の英知であり、すべての不可解には理由がある。
As Sheen would put it, no god rules this world, only human wisdom. There is always a reason behind
っ
everything.
てとこですか？
Makes sense, right? If that's true, that means that there's still hope in continuing our investigation.
それでもまだ手がかりは少ないが、死神を見つけ出して殺せとかいう無理難題よりはマシだな。
But we don't have many leads. I guess it's still better than trying to find and kill death itself. We still hadn't uncovered the truth, but Tahat looked very happy that he found new information about the curse that had long been hidden.
で、それで、お二人はそんなすごい手記が残っている隠し部屋をどうやって見つけたんですか？
I have to ask, how did you two find a hidden room that contains such valuable information? About that, I explained to Dahat the strange phenomenon that occurred in the archive, which opened the way to the room underground. When I passed a certain area, a beautiful emblem of light appeared in front of me.
文様
Emblem?
口で説明するより絵で描いた方が早いだろ
I think it'd be faster if we drew the thing. Oh, you're right. I'm a master artist. I borrowed a paper and pen from Adolphe and did my best to draw the beautiful design. It looks something like this. I don't have all the detail exact, but this should be pretty close. What's strange is that I feel like I've seen it before. I passed the drawing to Adolphe. Is this the tattoo on Mommy's chest? Gonna check. When's the last time I've seen Mom in pajam jams? No, that's when she kills me. That's not the same time. When did we hang out with Mom last? It's definitely after Matthys' story. Oh, there she is. Keep doing that. Eventually, I'm gonna accidentally show my password. It looked right, right? Is it gonna stay on the right photo? How dare they? It's the same. It's the same. It had the 3 lines at the top. Kind of looks the same. Definitive proof it's Mom. It'd have to be the same. For some reason, Dahat froze in place. He stared at the drawing from the top to bottom as if completely entranced by the image. Is there a problem, Dahat?
何か気づいたことでもあるのか
Do you recognize it? Dahat suddenly snapped back to reality.
あ
Snap back
あ
to
すみませ
reality.
んこんな綺麗な文様なかなかお目にかかれないのでつい見とれてしまって
Oh, you are such a liar. Like, I just sketched this in 5 minutes. I've never seen something so beautiful. I guess I just couldn't help but admire it.
あなたが見たのは多分スキャンタイプの遺伝子認証システムですねうちの研究所にも導入されてます
Dahat's a little liar over here. What you saw was probably a scanner for a gene authentication system. We have them in the Institute too. A security system that activates for those who have registered their DNA with the system. Have I? Explained that it was a security system where one registered their blood to trigger something to unlock in their presence.
対象がリライバーの場合体に刻まれた文様が浮かび上がることがあるんです
If the authorized party is a reliver, it's usually their mark that appears. I've never seen such an innovative security system existed. My life was so distant from the technology that it felt like it came from another world.
そんな優れものがどうしてこいつに反応した
If it's so advanced, why did it unlock for her?
それは僕にも何とも隠し部屋を作ったその女王様の血を引いている王族の一人とかなんちゃって
I know who my parents are. I know who my parents are because they had a thing. Right? They didn't make... maybe their one was royal. That still doesn't make sense because they were both found dead in a field. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say for sure. Maybe she has the same blood of the former queen or something. Just a guess. That can't be. My parents gave birth to me in the Lycris field.
産み落とした
Out in the open?
こいつは生まれて間もないところをリゴリスノワージュの花畑に捨てられていたらしい
She was found in the Lycris field. We think they abandoned her there. ITKY, I'm thinking Adolphe might be the queen's son. I'm trying to make up some theories. So there's two. I have two theories, okay? One, he doesn't know who his parents were. He was found on a beach somewhere. The queen, who we're pretty sure is mother, said that her son was murdered and was taken from her. I'm pretty sure it's Dahat. And I'm pretty sure that Adolphe is from a different place. That's my theory. Because I think if mother is the queen, then she would know who Adolphe is. And this was 60 years ago. And guess how old this little baby was at that time? He was 4. And she was 21. And if she had him when she was 17 or 18, that'd make perfect sense. And he recognized the symbol. He did that, not me. He did that. That guy did that.
リコリス・ノワージュの花畑。うん。ジョーが協力者とやらと落ち合う場所として決めた場所と同じですね。
The field of Lycris Noragis. Maybe it was the same location where the queen and her supporter met.
手記に登場したノワージュ家さんとやらが所有していることといい、やたらとあの花の話ばかりが出てくるのが。
The other diary mentioned the Noraji family caring for the Lycris. I'm curious now with how the flowers constantly brought up. Do you think the Lycrises are somehow involved? I mean, the death that occurred when you pluck them is similar to the effects of the curse.
ええ。直接の原因ではなくても、咲いた状態のリコリス・ノワージュには何かが絡んでいるんでしょう。
I think the Lycris Noraji are involved in some way, even if they're not the direct cause.
とは言っても、倒った瞬間に死んでしまっては、調べようがないんですよね。
That said, there's no way of testing that since we can't pick the flowers without dying. He mentioned that some of the attempts to examine the flowers as a possible reason for the curse, but all attempts failed because after they were plucked, everyone present suffered and died shortly thereafter, which is why if you put one of those flowers in a book before the death comes out, kill all the royal family. I'm so good at this. But if what Yves and Ankou said was true, the Lycris Noraji weren't the problem. I wanted to express that to Hot, but Adolphe and I both stayed quiet on the matter since we didn't have Yves' approval to discuss his mission with others. Then again, we couldn't expect him to continue offering support if we kept so much secret from him, including Ankou's identity. I need to discuss with everyone later whether we could let him in. The best way to get rid of royal family. It's called the kiss of death, but it's a flower, so it works.
それじゃあ僕は一度研究所に戻ってリコリスについての文献を軽く調べてみます。
Well, I'm gonna head back to the institute and see if we have any documents related to the Lycrises. Thank you, and please be careful. He was very quick to follow the lead we uncovered to confirm or rule out the Lycrises' involvement. After confirming through the transmitter that there was no commotion from the castle, Dahat set off for the institute. To be safe, Adolphe would be escorting him back as his bodyguard, but hearing his transmitter go off, he quickly hurried inside to answer the call. We decided to keep the assassination of the queen and her connection to the curse a secret so that we wouldn't be in danger. But I miss Sheen and Matthys. Also, I miss Yves and Lucas's beautiful hair.
信頼できる人になら協力者になってもらうのもいいでしょうね。お二人の場合はイブさんたちクルーンさんでしょうか。
Lucas. Leah, why? Because he was going to be like my second to the end playthrough. And look what happened. I think it's a good idea to get someone you can trust to help, but I'm guessing that description only matches Yves and Korun. From your perspective, is Sheen trustworthy?
どうでしょう。リダイバー研究と呪いの解明。どちらにより興味があるか次第。
I'm not sure. It'll depend on whether he's more interested in Reliver research or learning the truth about the curse.
あ、そうそう。 例の遺伝子認証システム、多分故障で誤作動しただけだと思いますが、
Before I leave, I think the gene authentication scanner may have activated because of your malfunction,
一
but
応、あなたの血液を取らせてもらってもいいですか？王族じゃなくても、城の関係者の血縁って可能性もありますし。
could I take a sample of your blood just in case? Even if you're not royal, you might be related to someone at the castle, like my mom. The Hot's profession must have him ready for anything as he brought out a medical kit from his pouch for taking blood samples. Oh. I hadn't had any blood drawn from me since I was little when mother had me taken for some tests to see if I had any diseases. Whoa. I wasn't too fond of those needles. Thank you, Dot. But I should offer him my...
ダメだ姫君。
No, dear princess.
どんなに小さくとも君の美しい肌に傷をつけさせるわけにはいかない。
No matter how small, you mustn't lay a scratch on your beautiful skin. Ankou quietly moved next to me and stopped me from extending my arm. I knew it was going to be him or Adolphe, because I'm assuming he also doesn't want her having blood samples, just like he doesn't want his own blood sampled so that you wouldn't find out he's an outsider. Dahat and I looked at him in surprise. Ankou gracefully moved in front of me and took a step towards Dahat. Like before, he stared at Dahat's face again.
僕の顔に何かついてますです。
I want them to find out about her parents. They have her parents' names. Like, they said the names. I just don't remember what they were. I do think there was a C in the mom's name, but I don't think it was Christine. Excuse me, is there something on my face? The hot frown, probably because he sensed something was different about Ankou based on his appearance and presence.
君は
You.
一体誰だ？
Who are you?
の彼のそばに君のような少年などいなかったはずだが。
I do not recall him. Lord. Lord something? A young man like you. I'm so tired. What, you're so tired? Huh? Ankou tilted his head in bewilderment while mumbling to himself. Who is he? But he already introduced himself. He's a prince in disguise.
もしかして忘れられちゃった感じです。割と覚えやすい名前だと思ってたんだけどな。
Maybe he forgot. I thought it was a name that was easy to remember. Ankou didn't respond and continued to silently stare at Dahat's face until...
さほど気にすることではないか。大方によって以上生き延びた人間の子供だろう。
Details, please. I suppose it's nothing of concern. He must be one of the children who survived beyond... blank due to the blank. Survived beyond... his life? His life, like life beyond... the times. This is the weirdest game of Wheel of Fortune I've ever played.
はい？なんて？
What did you just say? What if he is the queen's son? What if he is mother's son? But what if he really did die and he wasn't relived right away? Because it doesn't say how long before they can do a relive. So maybe he didn't get relived for a while for his protection. Ankou nodded. He quietly headed back into the house as if satisfied by the answer he gave to his own question. Dahat, who are you, damn it? Someone who's interested in somebody's blood because they're curious who they are genetically related to. Ankou's intervention muddled the request to have my blood sampled. Probably weirded out over the interaction, Dahat quickly left with Adolphe. Adolphe? That's not the right. Adolphe as soon as he returned.
どうしてアドルフさんはリライバーになるのをそんなにも嫌がるんですか？
Adolphe, may I ask why you're reluctant to become a reliver?
なんだいきなり。
Where did that come from? They cautiously made their way to the institute. Adolphe frowned for a moment at the young man's question, but he calmly responded as they continued walking.
人の事情に踏み込みたいなら、まずは自分の事情から語れ。
If you're gonna ask me a personal question, answer me something
お
first.
前はなぜいきなり呪いを解きたいなんて言い出した？
Why did you agree to help us find a way to break the curse?
それは前に説明した通り研究者としての好奇心で。
Like I said, I'm curious as a researcher and
見くびるなよ、ダーハト。
don't underestimate me, Dahat.
お前みたいな子供の姿のリライバーは実年齢を問わず侮られることが多い。
A reliver with a young appearance is often treated like a child regardless of their age.
今の地位をつかむまでは相当な苦労と努力をしてきただろ
I'm sure you went through a lot to get to where you
う。そ
are.
んな人間が好奇心一つのために必死に積み上げてきた自分の立場を危険にさらすとは思えない。
And I doubt you'd risk the position you worked so hard to earn just for the sake of curiosity. There must be another reason for his decision. Yeah, it's Mama.
とはいえ僕もお二人のお手伝いをするだけで呪いが打破できる、そんな簡単な問題なら純粋なる。それとナディア少し。
We don't do flashbacks. Nadia. Maybe. He spoke as if he wasn't directly involved, but
本当の理由はナディア、リュカ先生の妹の方にあるんじゃないのか？
I take it the real reason is because of Lucas's younger sister, Nadia.
ちょうどあの少女は兄に迫る寿命の件で悩んでたからな。
She's worried about her brother's approaching death, too. After Adolphe calmly explained his reasoning, Dahat shrugged. A shrug of acceptance and surrender.
当たりです。でも別に隠してたわけじゃないんですよ。ただ
Bingo.
ほんのちょっぴり恥ずかしかったというか。
He's lying. But I wasn't really trying to hide it, you know? I was just a bit embarrassed, that's all.
恥ずかしい。
Embarrassed?
いやだって彼女と初めて出会った時に。
Well, you see, when I first met her,
よかった。私、変なことを言ってるわけじゃないのね。
thank goodness I wasn't saying something
Demo.
strange then.
それならどうしてみんな、私のこの願いを聞いて笑うのかしら。
I wonder why everyone always laughs when I tell them my wish.
記憶も体も、寿命も、全部失いたくないって思うのは、そんなにおかしいこと？
Our memories, our bodies, our lives, is it so strange to not want to lose it all?
リライバーになって、兄様への親愛と、兄様と繋いだ手を失うのは嫌だわ。
Naughty, I just want her to be happy. I know. Ooh, that's something his mom said to him. I don't want to become a reliver and lose the love I feel for my brother or the hands he held before.
でもだからといって短命も悲しい。やりたいことはまだたくさんある。兄様が恋人を作るところを見届けたい。
Living such a short life is sad too. There's still a lot I want to do, like see him, find a good person he can marry.
私はこんな体で23歳まで生きるどころじゃないけれど。
With my health like this, I won't live to be 23.
なんで
Why?
他のみんなは健康でいくらでも自由に生きれるのに。
Everyone else is healthy and free to live life how they
あ
want.
りのままの命で長生きしたいという願いは最初から抱きすらしないのかしら。
Why doesn't anyone want to live a long life, the same one they've had from the beginning?
私、見えない呪いに怯えながら、半端な不老をずーっと続けるより、
Rather than living half a life scared of an invisible curse for the rest of eternity,
十分に生きたと思える人生を大切な人と歩みたいわ。
I want to live a full life of my own with someone special to me.
人としての正しい生き方を説かれちゃったんですもん。
She taught me the way to live a proper life as a human. In a country with extreme views on life, very few people had options like Nadia, opinions like Nadia. When they did speak up, they were ridiculed for their ideals and thought of as heretics for not worshiping the current system. You can't say things like that and then have me remember there is literally a cult that's anti-relivers that have a church and tell me that when someone disagrees with like cherishing their life to 23 that they're ridiculed and persecuted. This desire was very similar to the wish Leah expressed.
実は僕にはバックアップを取れずに亡くなった母がいて、彼女を蘇らせるために研究者になったんです。
To be honest, my mother passed away without a backup. I became a researcher in hopes of bringing her back to
バッ
life.
クアップがない。素材となる記憶や遺伝子がないなら、リライバーには。
She didn't have a backup, but if you don't have her memories or her genes, becoming a reliver
はい。
is...
絶望的ですね。
Yes, impossible. Still, he didn't want to give up. If there was some way he could revive his mother's genes and memories, then
死ぬ
perhaps...
前に抱いていた僕との思い出と感情を両立した上で蘇らせてあげたかった。
I wanted to revive her with the love she felt for me as well as the memories we shared together.
仮に母の復活が叶わなくても、僕と同じ願いを抱く恋人たちや家族を救えればいい。
And even if I couldn't revive my mother, I want to help other families and lovers who had the same
大事な
wish.
感情さえメモリーに持ち越せれば、リライバーにはもう欠陥なんてないんだって。
If I could somehow transfer a person's emotions into their memory, the relivers we make would be complete.
でもね、あなたの言う通り、ナディアと友達になって、
But like
な
you
んかちょっ
said,
と違くないって。
even though I became friends with Nadia, it still isn't right, is it?
違う。
Isn't right.
感情を引き継ぐことができても、素敵な体験をしたボディは結局、呪いに蝕まれ、たったの23年で朽ち果てます。
Even if I could transfer emotions, the body that experienced wonderful things would eventually succumb to the curse.
僕で例えるなら、先日、ナディアと友達になろうと握手したこの手が、あと数年後には、そっくりそのまま新品に取り替えられちゃうんです。
For example, I shook hands with Nadia when we became friends, but in a few years, this hand will be replaced with a new one.
それってなんか、虚しいですよね。
That's pretty sad, don't you think?
そうだな。俺も、あいつの頭を撫でた。この手が欲しい。
Yeah, I don't want to lose the hand I used to pat Leah's head either. The hot smiled happily, seeing that Adolphe agreed with his
せっ
sentiment.
かく母が蘇るのなら、僕はナディアが思い描いたような、心と体、両方の思いを大事にできる、
If I'm
普
going
通
to
の人間
revive
にし
my
てあげた
mother,
いんです。
I want her to return with all her emotions so we can live the kind of full life Nadia envisioned.
だから、呪いを解きます。まあ、これも、自己満足なのかもしれませんけど。
That's why I want to get rid of the curse. Well, I guess it's mostly for my own selfishness.
今更だな。
Figured as much. We're all
Nah.
selfish here.
悪くはない変化だと思う。俺はその考え方の方が好ましい。
It's good that you've changed your outlook. I'm happy. I happen to agree with
あ
you.
りがとうございます。
Thank you very
母
much.
は、ナディアと全く同じ、普通の人間に憧れ、 それになろうとする不思議な人でした。
My mother was just like Nadia. She was an unusual person who sought to become a normal human.
そのせいで、彼女の言葉がより
I
心
was
に
about to
染み
say
たの
everyone
かも
has
しれません
selfish
ね。
reasons. Yeah, this is basically the game of what if we all had something terrible going on that we wanted to keep secret. And Lucas is that he's a murderer. Matthys is that he's not a person. He's actually a homunculus. Sheen's is that he doesn't care for anything because he was too afraid to let people in. Eve's is that he got burned really bad. And then they take all those reasons and you try to it's the Wizard of Oz. It's the Wizard of Oz! We're playing the Wizard of Oz right now. Hear me out. Sheen is the Tin Man. Hang on, I got this. Who doesn't have a brain? Is it Eve's because he makes the worst food? And who lacks courage? It's me. I lack courage. Oh no, I'm not Dorothy in this story. All right. I guess the reason why what she said really hit me hard, and Eve wants someone to love him even with the scars, would that be the Tin Man? I'm going to give him the Tin Man role. That seems right. Then that means Sheen needs a brain because he wants his brain to get bigger. We figured it out. We've solved the solution. I guess that's the reason why what she said really hit me so hard. Dahat looked up at the moon, remembering the past, as Adolphe nodded in agreement. Dahat, part 2. He has been researching ways to transform the emotion of love during reliver process, befriending Nadia, strengthening his desire to bring back his mother as a normal human being with her full range of emotion and a normal lifespan.
それじゃあ今度はアドルフさんの番です。どうしてそんなに
Matthys is
リ
the,
ライバ
the
ー化を
scared
嫌がる
one.
んですか？
Now it's your turn, Adolphe. Why are you so against becoming a reliver?
エクソシスト教団の皆さんと似たような理由。お金の関係。僕みたいに感情の維持にこだわりがあるとか。
It's weird for a reliver to say, are you worried about losing your emotions like I am? Is it similar to what the society says? Or lack of funds? Or are you concerned about retaining your emotions like I am?
いや、もっと単純な話だ。
It's way simpler. After some hesitation, Adolphe responded in exchange for Dahat's honesty.
恐ろしいだろ。未知の技術に自分の命を預けるなんて。
It's scary putting your life in the hands of an unfamiliar technology.
クローンとか、脳から記憶を吸い出すとか。一体どういう理屈で実現させてんだ？
By cloning yourself and sucking out the memories from your brain, I don't even know how that's possible. Is Dahat gonna start laughing? The sound of their footsteps gradually shifted to in the silence that followed Adolphe's response.
何ですかそれ。めちゃくちゃ普通な理由じゃないですか。
Are you serious? That's the most reasonable reason I've heard yet.
僕はてっきりもっと複雑な事情があるものと。
I was thinking I was gonna be nice to Adolphe, Adolphe, and clearly that's not going to work. Why? Because he's got normal fears? And here I thought your reasoning was more complex than that. Their footsteps came to a halt and Dahat roared with laughter.
悪かったな、普通で。
Sorry for being so normal. The ethics of becoming a reliver, the issue of transferring emotions, the desire to live like those in the outside world. None of it mattered. For Adolphe, he bristled at the thought of becoming a reliver in the same way a child resisted going to a doctor. Don't forget, I was bullying him at the beginning of the stream. You're like, look, I have had character development, unlike someone in this game. After decades, technology that he was afraid of had become a natural part of life. I don't think that's it. That can't be it.
そんな普通な理由でリライバー化を拒絶する普通な人、初めて見ました。
It's the first time I've met someone who didn't want to be a reliver for such a simple reason. Despite
いい
that.
んじゃないですか。一人くらいは、そんな普通の人間がいても。
Well, that's
ね。
totally fine. I mean, it's good to talk to at least one person who thinks like a normal person, huh?
人を普通と連呼するな。それで褒めてるつもりなのか。
Stop calling me normal already. I know that's not a compliment. Adolphe knew exactly how normal he was and that he lacked the power to protect Aaliyah. It had bothered Adolphe for some time now.
いいじゃないですか。その普通はきっと、この国における特別です。
Don't let it bother you. Heck, being normal in this country is totally something special.
僕はアドルフさんみたいな考え方、嫌いじゃないですよ。
I actually like people who think like you, Adolphe. As a researcher, perhaps he should be more indignant. In actuality, Dahat was unexpectedly pleased by such a straightforward reason. Oh, look, he's having a good time. It's me again. And Ankou in a house by ourselves. A short while later, Adolphe returned from. Aw, we're not alone. Adolphe returned from escorting Dahat safely back to the institute and told me everything that happened. I see, Dahat's thinking about his mother too. But I never expected that to be the reason you didn't want to become a reliver, Adolphe. Boo! So much has happened since then. I guess we haven't had much time to talk about it.
白状だと思うか。
Do you think I'm heartless? 100%. Yeah, actually, yes. Don't answer that. I'm answering yes.
お前への感情の喪失が拒絶の理由ではないこと。
That my refusal isn't because I don't want to lose my emotions for you. He must mean the same reason why Lucas and Nadia had given up on extending their lives. I hope we can see what MC and Ankou are doing during that conversation. I don't know, once I stop streaming tonight, which will be in about 30-ish minutes, we'll see. I plan on checking the flowchart and seeing if there's any more question marks. Because maybe the flower blooming options are going towards Adolphe. And if you do the not flower bloomings, you lean more towards Ankou. And that might get you the Ankou scenes. Because maybe you don't want the lycra flower to grow. Their decision was to be respected, but it was also a very sad decision to make. Of course not. I mean, I'm surprised, but Adolphe, what you think and feel belong to you. I don't have the right to change that, except I can get mad at you for wanting to die. Actually, I'm relieved that you have your own reasons because you're always putting me in the orphanage first. Adolphe was simply scared of becoming a reliver, not because he had a bias against them. There was no reason to believe he was heartless or
ありがと
he's a liar, and he's just pathological at this point. Thanks. Adolphe's tension dissipated when he heard my honest response.
う。だが、誤解するな。
But don't get me wrong.
リライバーにならない理由でこそないが、お前が何よりも大切な存在であることは変わらない。
I would argue that's wrong. Whatever my reasoning for not becoming a reliver, it doesn't change the fact that you are more important to me than anything. Really, Adolphe, after what I just said, I wanted him to think about his own happiness for a change. Noticing that our conversation hadn't been interrupted, Adolphe began looking around the room.
アンクーはどうした？さっきから姿が見えないが。
Where's Ankou? I don't see him here. He needed to go back to Hades to rest since he stayed in the overworld for too long. Adolphe, you should told her the reason. Like, it was understandable why he didn't want to be a reliver. He wouldn't lose the emotion he got for MC. Why keep it a secret? Gosh, what's that word? Dramatic timing? Nothing but that. Just so you're like, huh, nefarious. Oh, normal. He only left a short while ago. I was going to ask him whether I could disclose his identity to Hot, but he said he didn't have time.
相変わらず自分勝手なやつだ。
Selfish as usual. He'd be a guinea pig.
だがまあそのうち気まぐれに顔を出すだろ
Well, I bet he'll pop out of nowhere whenever he's ready. So true. With that, Adolphe got changed and sat down comfortably on his bed now that it wasn't cramped. It's so quiet. Things have been really noisy since Ankou decided to stay with us.
う。せいせいしてる。
You're
いっ
missing
そ
our
このまま
kitty
帰ってこな
cat.
けりゃいい。
Can relax now. I hope he doesn't come back. Don't be like that. Why are you so cold towards Ankou after all the time you spent together?
なんとなくだ。あいつを見ていると無性に苛立って仕方ない。
Who knows? I don't know why, but just looking at him irritates me. He better come back. It'd be a very sad, I don't know, 4 more chapters if he doesn't. So you're just taking a dislike to him? That's like something the children would do. Then again, I had a feeling Ankou also disliked Adolphe on the same basis. Anyway, the house felt cramped with the 3 of us, but now it felt very spacious. I hope Ankou returns quickly. I know it's strange, but I actually want to see them together again and argue over the smallest things. My loneliness went away soon than I thought.
はじめまして。僕はマティス・クロードと言います。
We haven't met Matthys before. Hello there, my name is Matthys Claude.
ジャンがクルーンさんを訪ねたら、こちらでブローを捕まえる作戦を練るとお聞きして。
My butler Jean went to Karoon and heard that you were here to set up plans for capturing Barau.
僕も参加させてはもらえないでしょうか。
Would it be possible for me to join too? Oh, you almost missed us because of Twitch? What happened? Did it go down? It didn't say I went down. Oh, it's buffering for you. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I'm so used to it buffering for me, and when it buffers for me, it's a whole nother game. So would it be possible for me to join too?
は？
Early the next morning, we saw a car stop in front of the house, so Adolphe got up to see what was going on. Are we even
研究所に比べ
fighting?
るとやはり狭いな。まあ数日の辛抱だ。妥協してやろう。
This place is much smaller than the Institute. I suppose I can bear it for a few days. Huh? Excuse me? Who are you? A lethargic-looking man in a white lab coat entered the house without permission, carrying books and other materials. Eves is just like...
待って。この状況を放置してどこに行くつもりだ、イーブ。
Where do you think you're going, Eves? What? Adolphe mercilessly grabbed Eve's shoulder as he tried to sneak
これ
away.
はどういうことだ。なんで俺の家に見知らぬ男どもが一斉に上がり込もうと
What
して
is
る？
going on here? Why are these strangers going into my house?
いや、ごめん。これには深い事情があるんだ。
Well, there's a really good reason why this is happening.
みんなで例のブローを捕まえる計画を立てたんだけど、そのための拠点をどうしようかって話になってさ。
I hate Twitch on my laptop. I saw a little bit of Sheen. He was there for literally 2 seconds. You didn't actually miss it. He popped up, said, all right, and went inside. We were planning on capturing Barau and had a conversation about where we could set up base of
そういえばアドルフの
operation.
家は町外れにあったな。普段だったらあの場所を借りるのになって何気なくつぶやいたら。
So I sort of mentioned how your house is on the outskirts of town and how comfy it is when I come here, so...
つぶやいたら？
What else did you mention? What the hell are you doing? He went inside the house.
さっきの彼、シアンさんが決定事項にしちゃって、止める間もなく荷物や車がここに。
Things started moving before I could ask you. Sheen made his decision and had his stuff in the car before we could stop him. Eves gave an apologetic explanation, and I noticed the stack of belongings behind him. Sheen? It can't be that Sheen Brofist? You'd imagine a lot of people would be named after the founder. Astonished, I looked back at the man who came in, whereas Adolphe, Eves. But that was her. My kidding. Eves.
Nani?
Yes? Mm-hmm.
そこに膝をついて座れ。俺がいいと言うまで楽になれると思うなよ。
Kneel over there with your back straight. Don't move until I tell you. Oh gosh, back straight. Later, Eves ended up lying down on the floor crying as his legs were cramped. Adolphe didn't tell him to move at all. Matthys told us his brother was killed by the murderer known as Barau. Sheen was the famous scientist we had heard of who left a hut to look after the institute while he investigated the deaths on his own. The first time I think Adolphe is funny. Look at you warming up to this. Wow. It seems Sheen put in a work order with Eves and Hugo at Corun to investigate the deaths and guard him while he was outside. Barau apparently either stole or destroyed the bodies that were to be taken to the institute and autopsied. Then they chose Adolphe's home to act as a base of operations since its secluded location kept it relatively safe. That does mean there might be a different reason why Eves was in the hospital. I'm not warming up. You are so like, oh my god. He's your favorite character now. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. The royal family issued a gag order about the deaths and suspended the corpse?
厳密には自警団だけじゃなく全国民にもね。マティスの家にもわざわざ兵が釘を刺しに来て驚い
Lee,
て。
I'm just being honest. Not just the corpse, but all the citizens. I was surprised that they even sent soldiers to Matthys's to give him a stern
情報
warning.
が規制されていたのはブローの事件。この衛兵の失態に関わることだけだったはずだが。
I thought they were only restricting information about Barau and the incident with the royal guard. Yes? Matthys, who seemed to be very shy, responded in a shaky voice.
変死事件や殺人事件だけじゃなくて、あらゆる事件という事件に一般人は関わるなって。
This public is not to get involved in any case, including the strange deaths or any other related incidents.
もともとシュディからクーネにかけて娼婦の方々が失踪する事件が起きてたんですが、
There have been
その
cases
捜索や
of
噂すら
missing
も
prostitutes
ダメだって。
in Chadis and Cohen, but they told me not to investigate or even discuss it. Since you couldn't act publicly, you decided to use Adolphe's house as your base of operation.
一言いいか。
Can I say something?
なんだ。
What?
今までもうすうす感じてはいたが、王族どもはバカの集まりか。
I've been wondering for a while. Is the royal family a bunch of idiots?
そんな命令を発した時点で、自分たちが何かしら関与していると白状したようなものだろう。
The fact that they issued a gag order is basically saying they're involved in all of this mess somehow.
そんなはっきり。
You're very blunt.
全面的に同意する。例外である一人を除いて、あの愚かさはもはや遺伝だろうな。
I completely agree. Apart from one royal, wink, 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 wink. Their ideology just, oh my gosh, the idiocracy is likely an inherited trait. One royal, is he a scientist? Or is he a woman who's actually a nun who runs an orphanage?
だが変死事件の調査を禁ずるということは、俺の動きを封じて機嫌を損ねるのも同義。
Prohibiting investigations into the deaths is the same as limiting my efforts, which has worsened my mood.
どれだけ連中がバカでもそんなリスクを自ら負うとは思えん。リライバー化の権利を奪われたらそれまでだからな。
I highly doubt they're stupid enough to get on my bad side. I can easily forbid them from becoming relivers.
それを承知の上で禁ずるのなら何かしらの狙いがあるんだろう。
But their order still affects the population at large and points to an underlying motive. The royal family was involved. I was reminded of the Queen's diary, which cursed her family for interfering with her ambitions.
もし王族の人たちが最近多発している一連の事件に関与しているとしたら、
The royal family is involved in the incident that has been
最
occurring.
初のブローの件もこの衛兵の失態を隠すのとは別に箝口令を敷いた本当の理由がありそうだね。
There has to be some other reason besides trying to hide Barau and how he killed their soldiers.
被害者がほぼ全員リライバーっていうのも何か関係があるんでしょうか。
Maybe it has something to do with the fact that almost all of their victims were relivers? Huh? Really?
はいイブさんたちの調査でなんとか明らかに。
We somehow found that out through Eve's investigation. Suicides with relivers gouging their hearts out, relivers being murdered by Barau, missing reliver prostitutes. Maybe there was more.
下手人は別だとして裏で手引きしている存在がいるのかもしれんな。
Assuming the perpetrators are different, there could be a single mastermind behind them.
最も有力な候補は王族の連中。リライバーが大量に死ぬことで連中にも得られるものはそれなりにある。
As the royal family has much to gain from the deaths of relivers, they are a highly likely suspect.
変死事件の原因をリライバーの不具合と断じれば、俺に責任を押し付け糾弾することが可能となり。
They can use the suicides to pin the blame on me by saying they died because of some bugs in the relivers I manufactured, which honestly, you created them, so you can take them back.
ブローにシュディの有力な出資者を殺させれば、研究所の金回りも悪くできる。
They can use Barau to kill the Institute's largest investors in Chadas to slow
娼婦
funding.
誘拐事件に関してはさすがにわからんが。
As for missing prostitutes, I'm not sure about that.
でもシアンさんがいなくなったらリライバー技術の恩恵が得られなくなって。
If your work is
困るんじゃ。
interfered, won't they suffer from being unable to access reliver technology?
俺の代わりとして擁立できる別の傀儡でも見つけたんだろう。
I assume they have found a suitable puppet to replace me. They did seem to make sense considering what was written in the diaries I read.
王族が何かを企んでいるのなら、あんたは研究所に戻らない方が良さそうだな。
If the royal family's up to no good, you should go back to the institute. Or you shouldn't go back to the institute.
元よりある程度の成果を得られるまで戻るつもりはなかった。まずは変死体の回収が第一だな。
I have no plans to return until I achieve worthwhile results. My first priority is to recover the corpses from the suicides. Seeing Sheen sigh with exasperation, Matthys timidly raised his hand.
ではまず唯一犯人だとはっきりしているブローを捕らえるのが最優先じゃないでしょうか。
Oh, Matthys. Your priority is showing. May I propose that we first capture Barau since we know that he's the cause of the murder?
奴が王族の方々に雇われているという可能性も十分にありえます。娼婦の失踪も奴の仕業かも。
There's a good possibility that he's been hired by the royal family. He could even be involved with the missing prostitutes.
そうだね。真相がどうあれ、このまま彼の犯行を見過ごすわけにはいかない。
Regardless of the truth, we can't let him run free and kill even more people.
そのための計画もすでに練ってある。お前たちにも協力してもらうぞ。自警団のオーサーに死神の小娘。
I already have a plan in place for that. It requires the help of the corpse leader and the Maiden of Death. Hearing him call me Death made Adolphe brow twitch. Putting aside Adolphe for now, you know who I am.
うさんくさい噂が 絶えずセルネボルまで届くのでな。それとお前を擁護するシスターサロメとは腐れ縁だ。
Rumors of you have reached Carnival, and I have a bitter acquaintance with a woman who fancies herself your mother, Salome. I didn't know that. I wondered if the letters I delivered from Mother to the Institute were for Sheen.
俺は仮にも自警団のリーダーだ。その捕獲計画とやらにも当然協力はするつもりだが。
I was already planning to capture Barau as the leader of the corps, but Matthys, I will hurt. I mean Camille. Camille's not even here. Just because he's killing prostitutes when he feels like it, any day of the week, multiple times a day, doesn't mean he's a bad guy. It's the locking people in a cage that I have a problem with. Seeing Adolphe look at me, I quickly nodded.
こんな大勢に住居を提供するんだ。シアン・ブロフィアーズ。あんたから。
Since I'll be housing everyone here, I want something in exchange from you, Sheen.
なんだ
Let's hear
だ
it.
け聞いてやる。
Just saying.
今回の作戦が終わったら、こちらの事情。
Once the operation is over, I want to
この
know
国を覆う死神の呪いを解く方法について、あんたの見解を聞き、
what your opinion on how death's curse can be broken in this country.
可能なら協力してもらいたい。
We need your assistance in our efforts.
ほ
Oh. Everyone was startled to hear Adolphe bring up the idea of lifting the curse that they had long accepted as part of their lives.
死神の呪い
Death's curse?
それって寿命の剣だよね。
I just thought about this. Matthys wouldn't even realize he'll turn 23 and keep going because he's actually only 1 year right now. This is a baby. You're talking about our longevity, right?
ああ、俺たちはその呪いと、こいつが死神と呼ばれるゆえんを完全に消すつもりで行動している。
We're working to get rid of the curse completely, in part so that people will stop calling her death. Until now, no one had even really discussed the idea of how... Until now, no one had ever really discussed this idea with other people before. Eve and Matthys exchanged surprised glances. Sheen remained calm without even a twitch of his eyebrow.
うなるほど。ただの妄想を口にしているわけでもなさそうだ。
I see it seems this has progressed beyond idle daydreaming.
何かしら解ける根拠があっての発言か。
Am I correct in assuming that you have some evidence to believe it's possible? Why I have a whole book? Adolphe and I calmly began to explain. We told everyone that we wanted to uncover the source of the curse, that there was a good chance that the royal family was involved, and that they may have assassinated the queen over it. We went on to explain how Dahat was offering us help, though once again, we kept quiet about Ankou's existence. That one is just something that's hard to explain. When Adolphe was finished talking, Sheen broke into a grin.
いいだろう。俺も真っ向からのアプローチを諦めたわけではないからな。
Very well. I can't say I've given up on the idea myself.
ブローの捕獲が成功した暁にはいくらでもお前の話を聞いてやる。
I'll tell you everything I know once we're able to successfully capture Barau. Sheen, the god who was born amongst mortals, hadn't forgotten his original objective to solve the mystery of the curse. As he smiled confidently, Eves and Matthys also willingly offered their help. Are we coming outside to fight? A few minutes later, the butler Matthys mentioned earlier by the name of Jean came by to introduce himself. Yay! Jean! Later, while everyone was unpacking in preparation for living together, you decided to go visit Nadia.
そういえば、ダハトからナディア宛ての手紙を預かった。
I almost forgot. I got a letter from Dahat to give to
しば
Nadia.
らくは研究所にこもるから、次に見舞いに行く際にでも渡しておいてほしい。だそうだ。
He said he was going to be staying at the institute for a while, so he asked us to drop it off when we go to visit the hospital. So to fulfill his request, I left the house Lucas, what a relief. You can stand up now?
ええ、まだ退院こそできませんが。
Yes, well, I still cannot leave the hospital care. I was in Nadia's room at the hospital with Matthys, who offered to escort me. Nice. By chance, I happened to meet Lucas, who seemed to have recovered quite a bit. I first handed Nadia the letter, and as she read it with great excitement, we stepped out into the hallway to share the information we had, since Lucas might know something about the curse of death.
リュカ先生、この間は励ましていただきありがとうございます。
Oh yeah, I forgot these guys have long hair. Lucas, thank you so much for coming to cheer me up last time.
あの日の失敗を生かして僕ちゃんと皆さんと協力してブローを捕まえますね。
I'll make sure to learn from my mistakes and work with everyone to capture Barau.
捕まえる？何のお話です
I
か？
just realized you're talking about him. He's right there. He can hear you. Capture? What do you mean? Well, it seems that Matthys met Lucas here at the hospital after Yves and the others first encountered Barau. He appreciated Lucas's encouragement and since then had admired Lucas as his new student. Had admired Lucas as his new student. Okay. But when Lucas heard about the situation and our plan, he gave a deep frown.
そのような危険な計画に君まで参加するなんて。
I can't believe you'll be participating in such a dangerous plan.
せめて体調が良ければ私も保護者として同伴したのですが。
Don't worry, I know you would have been there if you could. All love interests got long hair except Adolphe, Sheen, and Yves got long hair. But it's not very, very long. It is long. It's just he wears it up in a weird way, and I don't understand that. I would have arranged to accompany you had my health allowed it. I appreciate the thought, but Lucas, please focus on recovering for Nadia's sake.
そうですよ。彼女のことは僕らが守りますから。
She's right.
先生は安心
I'll
し
protect
てくだ
her.
さい。
Please rest assured.
それは頼もしいですね。では彼女の騎士は君たちに任せて私は神に無事を祈るとしましょう。
That is very commendable of you. Then I will leave the reliable knight to protect the maiden and pray that God watches over you. We didn't get a little chat with Nadia? Okay, there we go.
見て見て、兄様。
Look, brother. We returned to Nadia's room and saw her happily sitting up in bed with the letter
今
spread
朝お
open.
話ししたダハト君からのお手紙よ。とっても素敵なことが書いてあるの。
It's a letter I got from Dahat, the friend I was talking about this morning. He wrote so many wonderful things to me.
ダハト君。ああ、例の国立研究所の副所長だという。
Dahat. You mean the deputy director of the institute. The researcher who became friends with his young sister while he was unconscious, while he was sleeping, if you will. Lucas nodded with interest, hearing Dahat's name. What did Dahat write to you about?
あのね。
Well, you see, Nadia carefully turned the letter back towards her, and with a smile like that of a blooming flower, she began to read out loud.
僕の新たな友達、
To my new friend
Nadia.
Nadia.
君との出会いに心からの感謝を。君が普通の未来を語ってくれたおかげで
I am grateful from the bottom of my heart
僕も
that
決心
I
が
was
つき
able
まし
to
た。
meet you. The future you spoke to me about moved me greatly.
僕は今の研究とは別に短命の悲劇、死神の呪いを解くための研究を始めようと思います。
Apart from my current research, I'm now looking into a way to lift the curse of death that causes our tragically short
無
lives.
謀な挑戦かもしれませんが、もしもその願いが叶ったら
may be a daunting challenge, but if I manage to
大
succeed,
切なことを思い出させてくれた。君のお兄さんを真っ先に助ける。そうしたら研究者を辞めて、
this is a bit of a tense letter for a child you just met a few days ago. I will help your brother first, since you reminded me of what is truly important in life. I will also leave the
君
institute.
の病を治し、理想通りに蘇らせた母も長生きさせることができる。
I
立
hope
派なお医者さんに
I hope to
なろ
become
うと思います。
Dahat. I'm trying to read. I hope to become a fine doctor who can cure your illness and revive my mother into the kind of full life she always wanted.
だから泣かないで。
He just pauses, and I think
もう
he's
少しだ
done.
けこの世界に絶望せず
so
耐え
please,
てください。
so please don't cry. I ask that you stay strong for a bit longer and not give up on this world.
ですって。
Did you hear that?
ダハト君が夢を叶えたら、私、もっともっと兄様のそばにいられるかもしれないわ。
If Dahat's able to make his dream come true, then you and I might be able to live together for longer, brother. Dahat didn't want you to speak yet. That was rude. Exactly. Dahat is rude. That's how this is confirming it for me.
こんな優しい友達を持てて、私はきっと世界で一番の過保者だわ。
I'm the luckiest person in the world to have such a kind friend. It was a beautiful letter with Dahat's kindness written into every word. This was Nadia's second time reading it, and she was so full of joy that she looked as though she could cry. Dahat did that because you don't have faith in him at all. I don't have faith in him. He's like at least, hang on, I can do this, 64 years old. He needs to get with the times. At least 64. Technically, he's older than that because he's old. This was Nadia's second time reading it. Her brother's looming death might be averted. There was no trace of sadness in her tears. I then shared with everyone that Dahat had already taken steps towards uncovering the source of the curse.
素敵な手紙ですね。もしそのダハトさんが本当に呪いを解いてくれたら。
That's such a wonderful letter. If this Dahat really is able to find a way to break the curse.
僕の執事ジャンも大切な恋人と一緒に
Oh
長
no.
生きす
Should
る
I
ことが
tell
できる
him?
かも。
Maybe my butler Jean will be able to live a long, happy life with his fiancée. Jean is engaged. You just met him. What
会っ
fiancé?
たことはないけれど、
Don't talk about
将来
Camille's
的には
love like that.
お姉さんって呼べたらいいなって。
I haven't met her yet. I just hope I can call her my sister-in-law someday. I tilted my head in confusion when he said sister-in-law. He shyly explained that he and Jean have known each other since childhood. She don't exist. Don't say things like that. It hurts people's feelings. They shared so many experiences, good and bad, that Matthys considered him his older brother. This felt so strange. The contract that Ankou offered to me had changed into a very real desire. It's only spread and transformed into hope. Seeing how things were coming together made me feel happy.
ナディアを治す医者に。
A doctor who can cure Nadia? Her dead body is in Matthys's room, and that proves that she exists. What? You just gave me literal proof that she's not alive, real. A doctor who can cure Nadia. It was the same with Lucas. He read the letter again, looking at it as though it shone with the hot's brightness.
様、
But he...
延命するだけなのに。どうしてよりによって。
Lucas is also really good at pausing a lot and continuing. Even he says that her life should be extended. Why him? Why now?
リライバーが
I'm gonna be nice to Lucas.
ナディアを
You don't have to be nice to Lucas. He can be a psychotic murderer who's been brainwashed and given drugs to make him be a mindless killer and still not be a good guy. Just because he has got a super cute sister that he kidnapped at the age of 4. He killed his own father. Liver trying to save Nadia? Lucas?
大丈夫ですか？急に顔色が悪くなったような。
Are you alright? Your complexion is looking pale. Worried, Matthys walked towards him to provide support, but...
ああ、やはりここにいたのか、ルカ君。
There you are, Lucas.
点滴の時間だというのに、病室を抜け出されては困るな。
It's time for your drip. I'm disappointed you snuck out of your room. Not gonna lie, Nadia wants to go with him, so not really kidnapping. It's kidnapping because she's a minor and he is not her legal guardian. That is the definition of kidnapping. You can kidnap a willing participant. The problem is their age. It's called consent. Nadia could not give that consent. Asia. Also, isn't this menacing now that you know that he's like being brainwashed? Sharp-eyed man appeared. Dr. Capuchin, the minister of the Society of Exorcists and director of this hospital, reached Lucas first and patted his shoulder.
カプシーノ先生、ごきげんよう。
Dr. Capuchin, it's nice to see you.
ごきげんよう。今日は調子がいいようだね、ナディア君。
Cap bitch is here. I don't think that's his name. In fact, Capuchin's actually not his name either. Same to you. It looks like you're doing well today, Nadia.
新しいお友達にたくさん元気を分けてもらったから。
It's all thanks to my new friends for giving me a boost of energy.
え？点滴って？
Drip?
カプシーノ先生、兄様はもう容体が安定したのではないの？
Dr. Capuchin, I thought my brother's health was improved.
それはそうなのだがね。まだ若干貧血気味だから、おとなしくしているよう言い聞かせておいたんだ。
That's his name. Oh wait, Orty, there you go. You remembered. I forgot it actually. If you had told me what's his other name, I would have been like, oh, something. But he's still slightly anemic, so I've been trying to keep him in his room to rest properly.
だが様子を見に来てみれば、案の定だよ。先日のイブ君といい、困った患者ばかりで参ってしまう。
But as expected, he's found his way here. Just like Eve's, it seems like I'm destined to have troublesome patients. Dr. Capuchin shrugged, then took Lucas's frail wrist to urge him to move. As I turned towards him, my eyes met the doctor's narrow gaze.
ああ、君がリュカ君の言っていたお嬢さんか。ナディア君と友達になってくれたそうだね。
You must be the young lady Lucas told me about. I hear you've become friends with Nadia. Yes, my name is Leah. I believe I heard you mention Eve's name just now. Orty, I can show you a true troublesome patient. Me kicking your ass. I don't know if you could afford to stay at this hospital based on what they've said in order to exact that revenge in such a way. He's a dear friend of mine. Thank you very much for taking good care of him.
礼儀正しい子だ。さすがはリュカ君の教え子といったところかな。
Yes. You are very polite. I would expect no less from a former student of Lucas's.
私個人としても、ぜひ君と親しくなりたいものだ。
No. Let me imagine him suffering. That's fine. I would like to take this opportunity to get to know you better. I can date Dr. Capuchin. It's happening. Of course.
待ってください、カプシーヌ様。彼女は。
But wait, Dr. Capuchin, she's...
黙ってついてきなさい、リュカ君。途中で倒れても、貧弱な私では君の体を背負ってあげられないよ。
Look, Lucas is saving our lives. Let's get going, Lucas. I don't have the strength to carry you if you collapse on the way back. Before Lucas could say anything else, Dr. Capuchin pulled him out of the room.
先生、本当に大丈夫でしょうか？
I wonder if our teacher's gonna be okay. I'm a little worried myself.
カプシーヌ先生が一緒なら大丈夫。先生が処置してくれた後の兄様はいつも元気になって戻ってくるもの。
I'm going to give some points to Lucas because he cares about one person, and that person is me. That's it. And his sister. Good hands, yeah, good hands. My brother's in good hands with Capuchin. After all, he gets better as soon as the doctor checks up on him. I'm relieved to hear that, Nadia. Nadia read the letter over and over again, happily soaking up its contents. Nadia was a bright and innocent girl to begin with, and now, with the hope that she might actually be able to live with her brother for a long time, her smile was brighter than ever.
ダートさんの
I
研究、
wonder
見え
why.
るといいですね。
Yeah, it is false hope. Like, I mean, you can't promise someone's gonna get better. I hope Dahat's able to accomplish his goals soon. Yeah, I'm sure he'll make it in time. No. We'll make sure it happens in time. I couldn't just rely on someone else to do everything. We needed to do what we could so that we could create the future Nadia dreamed of. Some taken action? Since when? A few days passed after we all started living together at Adolphe's house. Why? Under Sheen's lead, we prepared a plan to lure out Barau. We succeeded by creating some dummy corpses and managed to corner him deep in the alley. And then he died? Oh, we're gonna have okay. Somehow brought Barau to his knees. Yes, yes, yes. And then acid?
さて、旗迷惑なブロードやら。俺とはこれが初対面だな。
This is the first time I've met the troublemaker known as
とっ
Barau.
とと身分と死体の隠し場所を白状してもらおうか。
Let's quickly figure out who he is so he can confess where he's taken them bodies. Sheen's fingers reached down to remove the hood covering Barau's face. Suddenly, a large shadow covered me. Leah! The air itself shook from the impact. The blade that was swung down towards me was blocked by Matthys' small knife. The fuck indeed, what? Matthys? Oh goodness, I hit the button too fast. My cry suddenly brought everyone back into the motion. The assailant who cracked Matthys' sturdy knife was a single blow was Barau times 2.
ブローが2人
2 of them?
さては違法製造されたリライバーか。
He must be an illegally manufactured reliver. Yves and Adolphe drew their swords and closed in, sensing that I'd only be in the way. I quickly moved back. As if Barau knew what I was going to do, he quickly knocked away Matthys' knife. Just a break, right? He's like, hey. What happened next was completely unexpected. It wasn't just to cause confusion. He was targeting me specifically even though I wasn't a reliver. It was only when Matthys dropped to his knees and Barau sped past him that I realized I was his prey. Leah? Adolphe made a mad dash towards me. But the other Barau, who was supposed to be unconscious, got to his feet and ran after Adolphe in a flash. Adolphe, behind you! I'm getting Phantom of the Opera right now. Oh my god! Under the block, unable to block the attack from behind, with his sword, Adolphe was blown back into the wall and knocked unconscious. Before I could say anything, a giant blade came down at me from above. I'm going to die. Before that became a reality, I did my best to throw the first aid kit I had in my hands. The bandages and medicine flew about, blocking Barau's view. It brought me only a fraction of a second. For some reason, Halbert slightly swerved from my childish retaliation. Ow! His blade slashed my upper arm, but it wasn't deep enough to kill me. Oh, Matthys is mad now. Barau! Matthys has positioned his knife and stabbed it deep into Barau's stomach. How dare you harm my friend? Even if you revive 100 times as a reviver, I'll kill you every single time. His deceptively frail appearance didn't match the immense strength he displayed. Matthys' voice was a low growl, and he faced off against his brother's killer. I ignored the sharp pain in my arm so that I could help Matthys push the knife deeper into Barau's stomach. Barau groaned in pain, trying to grab Matthys' wrist in an attempt to remove the knife, but before he could, white flashing stars rained down from the night sky. As they approached, they took the shape of arrows, but Barau swatted them all out of the air. Using the opportunity, not bad for someone from the bloodline of bookworms. I commend you for extracting his flesh and blood. I would usually leave you to your own fate, but I will help you just this once. I'm literally a victim right now. You too, Leah. I thought you were the quiet type, but you're pretty spirited. Nice work. Sheen? Eves? Before I knew it, Sheen took Matthys, who had the bloody knife in his hand, while Eves carried me in his arms and moved us away from Barau. Capturing him alive would be ideal, but I suppose that isn't possible. Move, Karun. Got it. Acid. Eves and Sheen spread out and went into different alleys with us in their arms. Why? Wait, Eves, we can't leave Adolphe there alone. Don't worry, I don't know why, but it's you Barau's after. He won't attack Adolphe if you're his target. Behind you! Eves held his breath and crouched low. The next moment, a halberd came hurtling above us and destroyed the wall on the side. See? He's after us. The Barau that came after us was the one Matthys injured with his knife. He moved quickly, as if he wasn't injured, mercifully closing in on us. Wink, 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 wink. He's fast. This reminds me of when our old boss chased me when I tried to escape training. This is no time to be talking. He has his weapon again, and he's coming straight for us. Whoa. The blow destroyed everything in its path. Eve somehow evaded the attacks, using my words as a guide. But that had its limits. A new source of despair descended upon us. Another man with the same appearance showed up to block the way. A third one? The unexpected appearance of another Barau totally caught Eves off guard. Sorry, you better make a run for it. Eves forcefully shoved me down another path just before sustaining an attack that drew blood from his arm. Eves! His expression was suddenly tense. He drew his sword and motioned for me to escape as his face grew paler from the loss of blood. I was only a burden to Eves. He probably only had enough strength left to stop them from coming after me. Please stay alive. Running. I gritted my teeth and with frustration and ran through a narrow path, hoping that they wouldn't be able to get through. I did my best to run through the alley as randomly as possible so that I could lose them. I just picture that, we were just running side to side. I ran and ran to the point that I felt like my lungs would burst. I ended up in the field of lycris. No, I tried. I finally had to stop to catch my breath. I found myself on a quiet, open road. By the time I realized where I was and tried to turn back, it was too late. Finding me in an open area, the Barau I expected was the real one came down from above and landed in front of me. More than fear, I was gripped by a sense of hopelessness. There had to be some way to escape. I couldn't die now after everything the others had done. I can die. Barau lowered his weapon and slowly walked towards me. Just as he extended his arm towards me,
私の大事な女に
she is very dear to me.
血に濡れた汚い手で触れるな。
Don't you lay a bloody finger on her. In the next moment, pale hands covered Barau's face. Barau flinched instinctively from the coldness of the hands. But that only lasted a second before he quickly swung his halberd and cut off the hands that were covering his face. But the attack was meaningless. Ankou grinned eerily without showing any pain whatsoever. A sudden gurgling sound could be heard, and immediately new hands were born. What? Barau shouted for the first time at the unrealistic sight as he jumped back. Ankou pulled me behind him. Uh-oh. Lucas, your psycho is showing. You monster, don't go near my angel. Me, angel? He roared a warning and pointed his halberd. That voice, it can't be.
君が言える口か。まさかブローの正体が全くのになっているとはね。
I'm surprised you said that. I did not expect Barau's identity to be completely given away, revealed, pointless.
君もまたあの少年と同様の存在ということかな。
I suppose this means that you are a similar existence to him.
全く知らない相手となるとさすがの私も少々やりづらい。ここは奥の手を使わせてもらおう。
Is Ankou like the Joker from Amnesia? Does he know about all the different timelines and how I keep picking new partners and I'm very indecisive? Facing an unfamiliar adversary makes things more difficult. Now's the time to use my special power. Ankou reached into his robe as Barau positioned his halberd. They glowered at each other with ferocity. One was a monster with superhuman strengths, and the other was a monster who defied death. Oh. But the clash never happened. One of them quickly evaded an arrow from above, and the other remained still as the arrow pierced his body. Another attacker had arrived on the scene. Under the beautiful starry sky, a shadowy figure looked down at us from the rooftop.
しばらく見ないと思ったら、こんな危ないことをしていたなんて。
I haven't seen you in a while. To think you were up to something so dangerous. Ooh, didn't I say I thought Mom poured the acid? Why is she on a rooftop?
あなたとアドルフには少し反省する時間が必要なようね。
It seems Leah and Adolphe will need to be
でも
punished.
その前に、そこの悪い子を追い返さないと。
But first I'll need to do something about that naughty one there. Mother? There was no way I'd mistake her. The person was indeed my foster mother. She pulled back another arrow with a glistening purple tip. He still had his wound on his stomach and was now up against the Watchman of Death and the siege of arrows from above. Judging that he was at a disadvantage, surprisingly, Barau leapt into the darkness and disappeared. I'm saved? My strength quickly left me and I fell to my knees. People keep protecting such a weak girl. The wound that Barau inflicted on me was rather deep. Blood was pouring out of my open flesh. Ankou quickly tore a part of his robe and used it as a bandage to stop the bleeding. It suddenly got quiet. Does that mean that the others retreated too?
無傷ではないだろうが、おそらくは。すぐにでも拠点に戻って全員の手当てをした方がいいだろう。
With sufficient injuries, I suspect we should return and tend to everyone's wounds there. You're right. We should get going. Ankou lent me his hand so that I could stand up. Where's your mom?
無事でよかった。
Oh. Leah, thank goodness you're safe. Mom! Mother quickly made her way down from the roof. How? How? Show me. Tell me how. I need descriptions. And was running towards me. She looked like she was about to cry. I had no idea how and why she appeared here with a weapon, but her precise attacks saved my life and I needed to thank her.
ダメだ、姫君。
No, dear princess. But Ankou denied me before I could. Just as I was about to run to meet Mother, he grabbed my wrist and held me in place. My confusion was answered immediately. Ankou used his other hand to grab another arrow flying through the air. The arrow shaft was sharpened, which drew blood from Ankou's hand. The person who shot the arrow that could have killed a normal human was... Mother, why? I looked at her in disbelief. Ankou's palm quickly began to heal as soon as he tossed the arrow aside. Mother's disappointed expression was visible even from a distance.
また傷が消えた。
You healed yourself again.
どうやらさっきの光景は見間違いではなかったようね。
It seems what I saw back there wasn't an illusion. Mother lowered her bow, though she was still appeared vigilant. Why don't we animate this bow? I want to see her with a bow. I want to see her in a new outfit that is bow appropriate, like with pants. Maybe like her pajam jams. It's almost 2 a.m. Listen, I was only going to stream for 4 hours. It's been 4 and a half. I'm waiting for a good stopping point. This is too intense to stop.
あなたは一体私の大事な娘に何をするつもり？
Who are you? What are you doing with my dear child?
私がどう答えたところで意味はないのだろう。
No matter how I answer, I doubt it will
あ
satisfy
なた
you.
の中で私は愛娘に危害を加える極悪人で結論が出ているようだからね。
You seem to already be convinced that I am a villain who will harm your beloved daughter.
そしてどう扱おうと自由な化け物としても
A monster roaming freely who deserves your contempt. I looked on in stunned silence as tension filled the air until... you've got him wrong, Mother. He's Ankou, does have mysterious powers, but he's not bad. And he's on my side. He's even worked with Adolphe to save me. Adolphe told you, didn't he? We're working together to try and get rid of the curse. I desperately pleaded, Mother, you better chill. I mean, with eyes like that, we need to focus on killing royal family. Yeah, let's focus on killing the royal family. Mom, over here, royal family. Royal family. Royal family? Dead. I desperately pleaded his innocence as my wish was no longer just my own.
残念だわ。あなたも。
I'm disappointed in you, Leah. Salome, hey! Hey, Mom! You get your own chapter again.
危険な真似はするなと。私はあれだけあなたに言い聞かせていたわよね。
I mean, I guess I could pause here. All right, fine. It's midnight. We'll save here for now. All right, we're gonna save. We're on Salome's point of view. We're no longer in danger. Let's go look at the title screen. I was talking about mother. It's fine. It's fine. It's time. It's almost midnight. I work in the morning again. Okay. So I noticed this. This is why I'm convinced this is a shared story, because they're both on here. But am I wrong? Did I mess up? Where is it? Am I dreaming? I swore there was one of these in here that was nothing but question marks. Did I somehow unlock it? Interesting. Mother needs to understand we're going to be involved in danger no matter what. She's talking about, I'm disappointed in you, Mother. I love you, but chill. She's got a lot to worry about. Like, she's got 2 kids who don't even understand how to do normal things. They're so problematic. The thing is that Act 3 thing, like right there, it showed Ankou, like leave and come back. It shows Adolphe. This is how I'm convinced they're forever entangled. They have an entanglement. All right, let's see what new pictures we've unlocked. Just 1 in that entire time. Is that showing both of them though? Interesting. Her goal is killing royal family, but she didn't do nothing for years. She stewed about. She's just out here being mad the whole time. Well, we only got 1 CG in that entire thing, and I'm gonna probably start the next stream getting the end of this one thing. I stopped before it finished. Actually, you know what? I could do it right now. Let's finish this real quick. This is after I said no to helping the girl. I just never finished the dialogue. To be honest, I wanted to help Eves and the girl. But was I really okay to go near a patient? Ankou may be suppressing my powers. But I worried about the effect I would have on a girl in poor condition. I ended up staying quiet for a moment, unable to respond immediately to the request, and I'm sorry. Would you mind if I took some time to think about it? Eves and Adolphe both responded with kindness. This is when I stopped because I was like, oh, I'm scared. By the end of the night, we couldn't come up with any ideas to ask for help with the curse. Adolphe needed to go back out for the night patrol, and Ankou said would be momentarily visiting Hades to attend to some business. Before they left, they both told me not to leave the house, so I ended up going to bed by myself. Alone? The audacity. I could still remember the joy that my beloved and I felt on the day our dear child was born.
よく無事に生まれてきてくれたね。僕たちの世界でただ一人の愛しい子。
Am I Salome? Am I a reincarnation? I'm so glad you were born safely. Our one and only precious child.
頑張ってくれてありがとう。やっぱり君は僕なんかよりよほど強い人だ。
This is a weird side route, right? This seems abnormal. Thank you for working so hard, darling. You are a much stronger person than I will ever be. I'm so confused I looked away. Just in case you looked away, this is the option if you chose not to take Eve's offer to go spend time with the girl in the hospital. This is the side of that. I may be in poor health, but I swear that I will fight to the best of my ability to protect you and our child.
そうだ。まず名前を決めないとね。実はクロード夫妻に助言をもらって考えていたんだよ。
That's right. We must decide on a name for our baby. I actually have one in mind after discussing with the Clyde
君も
family.
気に入ってくれると嬉しいな。外の国の言葉で強い意志を意味する。強い君の息子にふさわしい綺麗な名前。
I do hope you like it too. It means strong will in the outside world. A beautiful name to honor the strength you've given our son. Okay, that could be the hut, Eves, Adolphe. Just Eves, 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 Eves. Eves was our child. I'm making this up as I go. I'm gonna fight this game. His and mine. So why did I leave my child behind? I must go and see him right away. I'm sure my poor lonely child is still waiting for me to come and take him away from that place. Am I looking for my child? This has to be mother or IDK. Where was I? This was no time for me to be sleeping. I needed to go and find my precious son. He must be so lonely. I must go and find him now. I must save him from them. The memories that lay dormant in my genes were screaming. I went to the place that knew no sleep, as if being guided by an awakened memory of unknown origin. What are you doing there at this hour? And I stabbed him in the throat. Only those... I did not expect such a spiral from this one choice. Only those with authority are allowed to go past here into... Shut up. Huh? A knife? What are you... She stepped... Dramatic. Do not get in the way of our reunion. I feel like this game just stabbed me. It did. I left the man on the ground and continued onward, only to be greeted by men wearing different uniforms. Drop your weapon and surrender now. Why, you daring to trespass into the castle of the noble royal family of Arpachel? Noble. Is he referring to those despicable, foolish royals? My genes and memories were slowly shifting from Leah's to someone else's. Don't make me laugh. I could hear the voice inside my mind sneering at the notion. None of you are worthy of becoming king. It's my child's birthright. Return my child to me at once. Return him alive. Did the queen take control of our family? If you cannot, then pay with your filthy, miserable lives. Pay for taking my child away from me. It did not matter if I had no chance of winning, whether they shot me with their bows and arrows or ripped me open with their swords. I would never stop biting back with my knife. It's the queen. It's her genes. It's in her genes. Not spelled with a J. It's spelled with a G. I killed a well-dressed man who came in response to my commotion. Huh? What am I doing here? Girl, that's a lot of blood. Where's Adolphe? Why is her dress not covered in blood? She got covered in blood just walking outside one time. No reason. I was planning on telling the two of them in the morning that we were going to work together to break the curse. But The idea slowly began to slip away from me along with the blood stealing from my body. I did it. I finally had my revenge. The only thing left now is to leave the rest to me. You just go to sleep now. Within my thoughts as Leah was another voice that spoke to me as I took my last breath. Did you get your revenge? Just killing some people. Is that really taking on your revenge? Interesting. Well, that didn't answer anything. And I'm still more confused than I've ever been. Queenie, as it is a bit of a monster. I like all these redacted chapters. Will they fix that? You did not kill the royal family. She killed royal guards, which are related to the royal family, if I recall correctly. You had one job. That's a little mean. Alrighty, well, since it's late for you and late for me, and I have work in the morning anyways, it's been a 4-hour stream. We got through a chapter and a quarter. I felt like this last part was going to take the longest. So, we'll get there. We're going to figure it all out. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my more recent streams on my Twitch channel. If you're watching this on Twitch, I upload on my VODs to YouTube. You can check them out over there. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day. Thank you for joining me. Have a great time dreaming of Sheen tonight. Or whatever this was. Bye!